Aha. Hey, Jinx. Bear with me while I'm doing some stuff. Let me know if you want more music volume, my voice, whatever. You know, to see if it's all Jizzle Jazzle. I stream so far in between that I forget how to set everything up every time. Hope you're doing well though. Live chat. Test. Some emotes. It's just to irritate the Linux people. We can talk as much about BSD as you want to, basically. I don't really mind it. Well, I do think BSD is better than Linux, but it's just like I need it. You know, what is it called? Not a subject, but something to put in the title. Yeah, but let me know again about the volumes, if they're okay, if the sound needs to go up and down for either music or myself. And I haven't set up a VM, I have not had time, so we are using Arc browser and Microsoft Bing. So it doesn't shadow you and can be still heard. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I am a little bit low-key. I've been sick over the weekend, so... I was playing Power Wash, and I was like, I should stream instead. Is this in Danish? Been playing this game. It's actually super fun. How can I change this to? There you go. So this is like a really, really fun, like if you just need something to do while you're watching YouTube or something like that, it's a super fun game. Where you basically just clean shit. I should record it for my YouTube channel, my gaming channel. And they have the second one is coming out this year, and you basically just then you can get better, upgrade your equipment, and so it becomes easy and stuff like that. And some of the things you have to clean are super, super big. Like they are really big. It takes hours to clean them. But it is a really super chillax game. I can highly recommend it. It's one of those games if you're hungover or have a headache or feeling a bit sick, or you know, you play this while listening to some music or watching a video or something like that. I tend to watch coding tutorials while I'm playing it. It's actually super cheap. I can see if we go on to Steam here. Oh, that's bright. So it's about 25 euros. And then you can buy expansion packs and stuff like that. But I think they do I don't know what it is in the States. It's probably like $30. Well, the dollar is close to the euro, so it's probably also just $25. And I will admit, I got guys at work to play it. I got girls at work to play it. Like, this is one of those games that's kind of universal. What DLC is this? I don't have this. Actually, I don't think I have any DLCs. True, if it was a Nintendo game, it would cost $100, yeah. I do they have a lot of free DLCs. And you see the DLCs are like they're $8 or €8 each. So I actually may buy all of them. I gifted the Shrek one to one of my friends, and she really likes it. But yeah, it's oh, I just did that one, the holiday special. It's super addicted. It's. I think this is me speculating here, but you see the process of what you're doing. This is why I love polishing cars and washing cars. Is that you get a dirty thing, and then when you're done with it, it's clean. You know, you see the morphification, if that's a word, from dirty, grimy to like something that's looks new or looks really, really well. You know. No. Not at all. I haven't had much time to game, to be honest. I am playing Atomfall. I played like in the weekends. I played for like 3 hours, 4 hours in the weekend. And that's super good. It's on Game Pass. And then I got back into Final Fantasy Online, 14 Online. And I play this like when I'm, if I'm waiting for my food to cook, or I have like 30 minutes of spare time where, it's not worth starting up a game, get into it and start a level. I then start to I play a little bit of Final Fantasy. I wanted an MMO to get into again, and World of Warcraft is just fucking sucks. I used to be a massive World of Warcraft fan, but that's no. Oh, I should get this Warhammer DLC. That actually looks super neat. Oh, by the way, it's co-op. I forgot about that. And I kind of want to do another playthrough of Cyberpunk. Yeah, Bing sometimes, but it's mostly if I'm not logged in. If I am logged in, the only thing it forgets is the not the theme, the dark. Yeah, it is the theme, like dark and white mode. It sometimes default back to white mode. I'm doing Santa's Workshop right now. It's a free DLC, so. And then I've done all of the free content in the game. So I've done the base game 3 times. And I've done all, when I'm done with that one, I've done all of the free content also. Oh yeah, they also have SpongeBob SquarePants. Or SpongeBob SquarePants. I have a friend that plays that. She says it's super neat. Even my brother played it. He's on PlayStation. Yeah, I love Cyberpunk. I played through it. Like I'm not finished the Phantom Liberty thing yet, but I played through the base game like twice now. And I want to do it as Corbin this time, so I've started a new playthrough. I used to live stream it a lot. Should get this. Clean me. Oh, this one is one of the earlier missions. Oh, that one takes a long ass time to do. That fountain thingy. Yeah, I don't like the cars and the boats so much. Your Pineapple DLC. Yeah. It is a neat game, man. That one is quite fun also. But again, it is one of those games like you play them when you can't justify booting up Cyberpunk and do some missions, or where you just have like 30 minutes to waste. Or if you just want a low-key game to just chillax on. Like coming home from work and being stressed out, and just chillax with it. It's so fucking nice. I did not know Square Enix was the publisher. The Shrek one, I need to get that one. It should, as far as I know, it's one of the best ones they've made yet. And the graphic is actually decent. And I play right now, playing it on my gaming, not my gaming, on my development laptop. It don't take much graphic card powers. It's super optimized. Which one is this? That poop? And that thing you get when you clean something is so satisfying. I don't think I've seen that at all. Yeah, Unreal, yeah. What do I think about frame generation? Oh god, I have to be careful now. It's a good... it's a good way of making people buy shitty graphic cards. It's also a good way to overprice crappy graphic cards. However, when it's all sorted, because it is kind of a new technology, but in the future, when they get it all sorted out and there's no latency and all that fucking shit, I think it would be an okay thing to do. But when that future comes, we more or less, everyone has moved over to either handheld or console gaming anyway. PC gaming is dying. It's too expensive, the games are too expensive, it's too complicated. People just don't want to deal with that anymore. And just look at the current releases of graphic cards where Nvidia is like, oh, yeah, some of our GPUs have like, they're losing cores, restoration cores. Sorry about that. That means that you're losing 5 to 10% of your performance. We don't know which one have it, but yeah. And AMD is, at least they seem to have their shit together this time, but they are really up and down with their graphic cards. Sometimes they do good, sometimes they do bad. But at least this time, this seems to be okay, but they are also way overpriced for what they are. The graphic card prices are super, super overpriced. And it's the fault of AI. Nvidia and AMD is betting on AI. They are building their cards for AI. They are expecting most of their graphic cards to be bought by AI farms. Back a few years ago, it was cryptocurrency. Now it's AI. And that means that us as a consumer are getting ripped a new fucking asshole. Because we cannot pay the prices a company can pay. And that's what they're betting on. That's why... if it keeps going as it is right now, 1 or 2 more years of this bullshit, most gamers are moving over to either the Steam Deck or Xbox, PlayStation, or the new Nintendo Switch 2 or something like that, because at least you spend a lot of money, but you spend it once. You spend it once. The graphic card I want, I can get the price I bought my PC5 for, I can get 2 of those for the 5070 I want in Denmark. For the price of a 5070, I can get 2 PlayStation 5 for. Just to get the graphic card. Then if you are new, you also have to buy motherboard, CPU, and blah, 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 blah. All of those money you could be spending on games then. And if I want a capable AMD card, I can get almost 2 PlayStation 5. Just for the graphic card. For a mid-tier graphic card. So that would be the 9070. That is 10% slower, I think it is, than the 5070. But you still have a computer you have to deal with. You still have Windows or Linux you have to deal with. You still have, all of that fucking bullshit to deal with. I kinda, at one point, like when the cryptocurrency was really crazy, I could sell my, at that time, graphic card and earn 80% more, like I would get 80% extra money for it. But then I didn't have a graphic card to game on, so, but it was super tempting, super tempting. Linux will collapse. Linux already is going down in market share. Linux is never going to take off as a desktop. I recorded a video today where I investigating the financial reports from the Linux Foundation. Even the Linux Foundation, that is the biggest sponsor of the Linux kernel, only spending 2% of their revenue on Linux. 2%. All of the rest of the money is going into servers, projects like non-Linux desktop projects, basically. That will come out next week. I will do the DSP video, and then I think the week after that, this video will come out. Then I reacted to the guy that Microsoft ruined gaming forever. It's the that video is unedited. That video is over 1.5 hours long with me reacting to it because he is getting everything wrong. He think that Microsoft made MS-DOS to compete on the gaming market. There were no PC gaming to speak of that much when MS-DOS came out about. Microsoft made MS-DOS because they wanted to compete they wanted to set an OS for competing IBM PS, what is it called? PCs 2 or whatever they were called. But he actually thought, and he also thought that DirectX was made to make gaming on DOS better. No, DirectX was made for Windows 95. It was made as a, also to make gaming better, but it was also made as a rendering front end for Windows. Windows, he just got everything fucking wrong. But the Linux comments users, they loved it. NFTs what if someone tells Linus Torvalds about 2% spending in he already knows that he's employed by the Linux Foundation. It's the one paying his salary. That's the thing. They already know it. The only people that don't know the state of Linux are the Linux users, the Linux consumers. Everyone else knows it. No, Linux is not going to grow because of the whole issue with tariffs and the way that the Americans are acting up. It's not going to do that. EU has always been better at using alternatives just in general. But there's just so much shit Linux don't do for a lot of people, and it's not worth changing a technology just for the sake of changing it. Like, there's no need to go from Windows to Linux, just, now we're running Linux. There has to be, like, a groundbreaking, company-breaking bug or reason to move, Or they have to save, like, millions of dollars. And that also means that they don't have to replace all the infrastructure software, all the productivity software and stuff like that. What a lot of Linux YouTubers think is that a lot of companies want to change so they can say they want open source. Nope. A lot of Linux YouTubers think that companies want to change because they want to say fuck you Microsoft. No. The prices companies pay for Microsoft services and stuff that they don't even think about. It's like, oh, you need a license for Office? Yeah, here you go. That's it. They don't have board meetings about it or anything like that. They just pay the fucking money. And the reason they do that is because Microsoft has a really good track record of support. They know that if something with Microsoft fucks up, they can go to Microsoft and they will figure it out for them. They will, give them refunds. They will help them out. Yeah. It's not good to change. And that's actually, now we're talking about it, Apple is kind of coming into that little issue with Mac OS. I love PowerShell. I use it every day. I use it for upgrading. I actually rarely use the command prompt. I'm always in Power. If I have to do anything in the terminal on Windows, it's in PowerShell. And I have some scripts for it also that I made at work and at home, and it's a little bit weird, but when you get into it, it's super, super powerful. Because you have you have the same low-level access to Windows as you would do with C#, more or less. And they have their whole commandlet kind of plug-in system, which is super good. Super, super good. It is a super powerful language. Or tool. But yeah, a lot of Linux YouTubers, they think that companies think like consumers. They don't. There's a reason why, there are still corporate computers running Windows 95 or Windows, NT1 or something like that. Because they have a system that works and have not given them any problems. Corporations don't want to fix things that don't need to be fixed because it costs money and it will give them issues. There will come, compatibility issues will come up, bugs will come up, downtime will come up because of it. So therefore, if they have an engine that just runs, they just, okay, people, step back, don't look at it, don't pee in its direction, don't even breathe near this machine, because it's just working. Leave it be, change the oil once in a while, do some service on it, but just stay out. And then we deal with it when it goes wrong. And if it breaks down every 10 years, need new spark plugs or stuff like that, they deal with that. And then someone goes, oh, look at this more optimized, powerful, blah, blah, blah. We don't give a fuck. This one is doing the job good enough. It's working, 99% reliability. Just don't even fucking think about changing it. Because we don't know what problems are going to happen, down the chain and stuff like that. Like, companies are super slow to move or change. Because a simple change can mean the whole company goes down for a week. And it can be in what fucking accounting system they use. Can have an impact on efficiency for like months. And they are losing money. And it's giving them more headaches because now they have to learn this new system. They already knew the old one and blah, blah. Corporations, companies, big and small, they are super conservative. They settle on a solution when they make the company and they stick with it until something massively breaks. Yeah. Yeah, you basically have to follow the script, as I say. It's become one of those things, like if you are a politician, you can't agree with your opposite side that You can't. You have to follow the party book. If the party agrees on something, we all have to agree on, even if some of us think it's stupid. That's what Linux has become. It has become one of those, things where it seems like the idea of Linux, the tribe of Linux is more important than Linux actually is. Linux is just the name they use to identify themselves as Linux users. But it's more important to be a Linux user than to be a Linux user, if that makes sense. Like, it's more important for them to have it in their bios and say, force advocate Linux user and make videos and telling everyone how they're on the bad side of history and blah, 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 than actually using Linux. And actually looking at what can we do to make Linux better and so on, so on, so. It's almost becoming a form of virtue signaling within the tech community. And most of the, and that's why most of the people running Linux nowadays actually don't know shit about Linux. They really don't. They know enough to install their favorite distribution and do a little bit config mastering here and there, but they don't really know what they're doing. But they know enough that they can say, I am a Linux user. And that monarch or what it's called, or that stamp, or spam stamp, what you will call it, is way more important for them than actually looking into learning Linux, than to actually figuring out how can we make Linux better, to actually helping out with projects and stuff like that. The I am a Linux user title has become more important than actually being a Linux user. Hey, Congo. I always had good experience on Linux and Ubuntu distributions. Hey, Google. Stop. I just forgot I have a desktop, so I have to... There you go. I have to turn off the mic. Because apparently I activated Google. I bought me one of those desktops so I can control my lights and all that fucking shit without using my phone. Because I used to have, I used to get my phone up and turn on the bathroom lights, and then, you see all the fucking notifications, you start to go on social media and stuff like that. So I bought a Google desktop, and then I can control my smart home without using my phone all the time. Yeah, but I've not had I've not had many problems with Ubuntu, Debian and Ubuntu-based distributions. The distributions I have the most problem with are rolling release distributions. They just seem to break no matter what it is. They seem to break at some point they will break something. The most stable distributions I've run has all been Debian or Ubuntu-based. At least the last few years. But the most stable OS I have run the last few years is Mac OS. I love OpenSUSE Tumbleweed. If it supported my laptop better than Ubuntu, I'll be running it. But Ubuntu just supports my laptop better. There's less tinkering I have to do to get everything to work on Ubuntu, so that's what I install on it. And it just seems to consistently work better with Ubuntu or an Ubuntu-based system. So I kinda switch between Mint and Ubuntu. Like just stock standard Ubuntu or stock standard Mint. They seem to work the best on laptops for me. Or at least the laptops I'm buying. And for desktop, I actually like Tumbleweed the best. Yeah, I keep saying this to a lot of people. I spend more time uninstalling software on a Linux distribution than I do installing it. I find that super frustrated myself also, but that's just the state of it. I know I have really unique taste in the software I use and requirements, and no Linux distribution uphold that with a default install, unless I do Arch or Tumbleweed. So yeah, for me, every Linux distribution have a lot of pros. I don't like Firefox. I don't like LibreOffice. I do use it at work, but I don't really like it. I don't like Thunderbird. Most of the pre-installed software Linux distributions comes with, I don't like. But I also know that I'm in minority of thinking that. Because the majority of Linux users prefer those, Firefox, Thunderbird, and stuff like that. Yeah, macOS is like, if you want a super stable OS, and I mean super stable OS, that get out of your way, let you do the jobs or the task you want, and look kinda pretty, and is super intuitive, and if you go laptops have one of the best battery lives on laptops on Earth, yeah, go for it. And if you already have an iPhone or an iPad or Apple Watch, definitely go for it. When you get into the ecosystem of Apple, you feel like you're living in the future. Like when I went back to Windows, I'm like, oh my god, I missed this, I missed that, blah blah. The macOS have a built-in password manager for free that do more shit than the paid versions of any of the other ones do. I'm thinking about paying for NordVPN because I miss the Apple password manager so much. But it's like $50 for like a few years. It's not super expensive, but it's still like I get that for free on my Mac devices. Mac OS is close to being the perfect consumer OS. How many FOSS applications actually report bugs to developers? Probably only 1%. So Ubuntu LTS is super fucking reliable, in my opinion. But I've not had any major problems with any Ubuntu release the last 10 years. Yeah, I never liked Firefox, because the Mozilla Foundation at one point wanted to censor the internet. I can't remember when it was. I think it was like before the corona. They wanted to take, so when people were searching on the internet, they wanted to censor so you could not get information about the Republican Party in America. They wanted to censor that from the browser level. So if you were looking for politics news, you would only get from the Democrats. And again, I'm a Danish guy. I have no bones in that fight. I have no skin in that fight. But when a company is just thinking or talking about getting that, in as a law, yeah, then I'm not happy. And ever since then, I stopped using Firefox because they wanted to censor people's, search results. Oh yeah, like I have a M1. I bought a M1 for like, I don't know, $600 or something like that. Not even that, maybe $500. Like I got the entry level 8 gig M1 used secondhand from a refurb store, so I paid overpriced for it because it was from a store and not a person. And I had it for over a year, and it's the best couch potato computer I have ever had. I use it to watch content on in bed or on the couch. And I use it for a little bit of coding, I use it for a little bit of research, but most is just to consume, I just use it to consume whatever I want. And I'm not joking. I use it quite a lot. I like to lay in bed and watch an hour, 2 hours of videos, YouTube a day, before I go to sleep. Sometimes longer. Sometimes I will have it, Spotify running all night. And I charge that computer every second day. And the battery life is like 80%. Or something like that. It's used a lot. But yeah, I love Apple products. I love macOS. I hate Apple as a company. I hate how they act, and I hate them as a company. But if you can get like a second-hand MacBook Air, go for that one. Unless you have specific requirements. Yeah, Mozilla is a super bad company. It don't affect... So if they censored the internet, if they did that, I don't think that will affect like Brave, or not Brave, like the Zen browser that we're using here. This is the Zen browser. They could take that out. But plain old Firefox would, be affected. I'm experimenting a little bit with this browser. This is what I'm using right now, the Zen browser. See if I can get used to it. I do my everyday browser is Vivaldi. I love Vivaldi. The only issue I really have with Vivaldi is that it's super slow at syncing up. So if I do something on my development laptop or on my couch potato computer, it takes like a few minutes to 10 minutes before everything is synced up. Sometimes, not all the time. Oh, really? Yeah, that's a really weird arrow, man. Yeah, that's a super weird arrow. I've never heard about that before. What OS are you using and what hardware are you using? If I can be so nosy. And apparently this is done by one man and then help from the community. Latest Windows is Windows 11. Yeah, that is super weird. Yeah, that is super strange. Oh, they do a lot of TypeScript. Ooh. Basically this... So tell me I'm a front-end developer or a web developer without telling you that I'm a web developer. All of these are web development technologies. JavaScript, Fluent, TypeScript. Yeah, but JavaScript is so bad, man. JavaScript is so bad. And Microsoft is trying to fix it with TypeScript, but that's also... Blah. But the thing is, people nowadays don't have the patience to learn a proper coding language. And it's super cheaper to hire JavaScripters and web developers than proper app developers. So they make the world work around that, sadly enough. JavaScript is so easy to fuck up. JavaScript are super easy to fuck up. You don't have a lot of the same checks and balances as you have in a lot of other languages. Even Python has better checks and balances. But are most non-Apple laptops actually more command? It depends. So there is a law in EU right now that every company should have the capabilities, every laptop should have the capabilities of changing the batteries out. That's a requirement to sell in the EU. However, they don't make it convenient. So it depends if other companies are just as bad, because if you want a computer that are as slim as a Mac, yes, you get into the same issues. They have soldered on RAM. You can't upgrade anything. Maybe you can upgrade the hard drive if you're really, really lucky, or the NVMe. But most of the time, because to keep it slim, they have to make everything on the motherboard. That also means the batteries seem sometimes, for the most part, being glued on. But you can still change them. You can still change batteries on Macs. Like I said, it's a requirement to sell in EU that the batteries should be user replaceable. But yeah, if you go with like a Slim book or a Lenovo Yoga Slim, one of those Ultrabooks, or what you will call it, it's just as bad as Macintoshes with it comes to like repair friendliness. If you get like a ThinkPad kind of thing, a normal laptop, so just like like their stock standard, you would call them business class laptops, they typically have upgradable RAM in most instances, but not always. They for almost sure have upgradable NVMe's. So you get a little bit more upgradability, just a slight little bit more upgradability. The build quality, however, is not that good. The only company that comes close to the build quality of MacBooks are Lenovo. But you have to buy high-end Lenovo, so ThinkPads and stuff like that. If you buy the cheap ThinkBooks, IdeaBooks, I dealt with a lot of those. They are just as bad. Dell is probably the second, and then HP. Asus and all of those, they are kind of just meh. But yeah, nothing come close to the build quality of a solid slab of aluminium that Apple is doing with their laptops. It is just super doable. And if you want upgradability, you're getting thicker laptops. Like, RAM and all that fucking shit. But here's the thing. Those computers are sometimes more expensive than a fucking MacBook are. I found, when I was looking for a dev computer for myself at home, if I wanted something that was comparable with battery life, power as a MacBook Air, it was more expensive than a MacBook Air. Okay, I don't care about if it's thicker than a MacBook Air. They were still more expensive than a MacBook Air, and less powerful, and way less battery life. Like, MacBooks are actually super competitive priced. The only people that say they are not are people that just need basically a Chromebook, but they don't want Chrome OS. So they buy like the entry level 8 gig, 16 gig. Not even last year's CPU, it was like 3 or 4 gen old CPUs and blah 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 blah. You get those as cheap because they want to get it out of stock. But they are not nearly as powerful as a MacBook Air. Not even close. And they don't even come close to having the same battery life. you know. But if you take power, battery life, and the whole package, and you want a comparable package that runs Windows, Dell and Lenovo is the place to go. Maybe HP, but Dell and Lenovo. Lenovo is by far the closest. And then Dell is probably number 2. And then we can put Asus, you know, all the rest into the other one. But when it comes to Dell, it's super, like you have to go with like the Latitude, I think they are called. All the rest are soggy. If you go with Asus, you have to get the high end, you know, you have to go with certain lines of the computers to get good quality, because they do a lot of low-end computers that are super soggy. MSI, Gigabyte, forget about those. But yeah. I was looking at, I want like a super ultra portable computer for development. And I was looking at, you know, a Lenovo Yoga or something like that. For it to do the same that my MacBook Air can do, or if I bought a MacBook Air, I would be spending about $300 or $400 more than I would on a MacBook Air. I will, however, get more RAM. But I don't need that RAM. You know, like, I will get, when I say I will get, like, I think it was like 8 gig more RAM or something like that. Instead of 24, I will get 32. Yeah, JavaScript was invented to be really vulnerable, yeah. Yeah, so sorted SSDs is not a problem anymore. It used to be a problem back in the day, but it is not anymore. The days where we need to be concerned about, you know, the whole rewrite and stuff like that, that will 9 out of 10 times not happen in the lifetime that you use your book. This is something that, let's say, second-hand people think more about. But if you buy it new, you will resell that computer way before that becomes an issue. And even the next person that get that computer will probably resell that computer before that becomes an issue. So the whole SSD problems, even when they were actually was a problem, was only something like heavily data users got into. You know, people that were using excessively rewrites on the hardware. Like, it was like a 1 out of 1,000 scenario. And that kind of got brought up in the tech world, and everyone got a little bit scared. But for the average consumer, the average developer, the stock of the mill, you know, graphical artist, video editor, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Okay, it's way overblown. But because one person at some point had an issue, everyone is talking about it. You know. No, don't. I don't think MacBooks will become more expensive. What could happen with the whole tariffs and stuff like that is that it would be cheaper to buy American products outside of America. Because the only one really impacted with the tariffs is America. When they send it back to America. So if Apple make a computer in China and send it to Denmark, we don't have to pay that much for it. That's the reason why Nintendo stopped selling or allowing pre-orders in the States, is because of tariffs. We can still pre-order Nintendo in Denmark and EU. And on average, they are cheaper in Denmark and EU than they are in the States. So he's only really hurting Americans, basically. Because England tried to do the same here in EU when they left EU. They were like, oh, everyone is so depending on English production. Germany and France just said, you know what? We will gladly take that production and make the money that you're making. So now all the shit we used to get from England, or most of the shit, we're getting from Germany and France. And their GDP went up the fucking roof. Why would we pay more when someone else can just do the same work you can do cheaper? Well, the problem he's trying to fix is a problem that have underlying roots that are so different from what a terrorist can do, basically. It's a whole societal fucking issue we're talking about. There needs to be changes in so many levels of society for that to not happen, where, you know, where it's actually cheaper to produce at home than out overseas. And that means that we have to, you know, become cheaper labor. You know, we have to become cheaper labor. So we had kind of the same problem here in Denmark many years ago, and the government kind of changed the viewpoint of what Denmark was. So instead of becoming a country that was focused on exports, we became a country that was exporting knowledge, because we could not compete with you know, with goods. We were too expensive to hire to do goods. But we have some of the most educated people on earth. A lot of countries in EU goes to Denmark to get educated. So that's what we are exporting. We are exporting knowledge. We are exporting education. You know, if you want an expert, you hire someone from Denmark. That's what we're starting to export. We've done the last 20 years. Exporting knowledge, innovation. So instead of focusing on, you know, producing cheap phones and stuff like that, we invent something in Denmark and then we sell that invention, or we sell the idea, stuff like that, to other places and the producers and stuff like that. Because we can't compete with the living of standard and stuff like that we have here in Denmark. We can't compete with someone from China or Southeast Asia, something like that. Just labors, they get paid like half what we do. But people are willing to pay a lot of money for knowledge, education, know-how. And that was like how Denmark kind of survived. Because we used to be the biggest exporter of pig meat. You know, we used to be, I think, the world's biggest exporter of bacon and roasted, like, pig meat just in general. Like, it was like Denmark was run on fucking pigs, you know. We sent them out left, right, and center like they were fucking, you know, cups of water. But now the Poles are taking that over, China's taking that over. But that was like the last big industry then. I think we're still kind of high up there, but we're not as big as we used to. And I think the biggest one was like ham and bacon. It's like, we're a country run by exporting ham and bacon. Which is super funny when you think about it. But it was like one of the biggest fucking industries. But with that comes a lot of know-how. We have a lot of farmers that have, generation after generation have built up a know-how about how to do that. That's what we are selling now. That is our export now. You know. Yeah, HP is becoming really good, I've heard. Yeah, Pro Book, Elite Books, that's the one I heard that's gotten okay good, yeah. Defects shown after a year or two with SSDs. That just means they're buying crappy SSDs then. Like, you get what you pay for. You know. Of course, if you're buying a super crappy SSD, you will get issues. But Apple don't buy crappy SSDs. You know. is based on Arch Endeavor. So Endeavor OS is almost not Arch anymore, but that's another debate we could have. So smartphone companies forget that they are competing with Apple and start doing anti-consumer decisions and lose reason to use them over Apple. No, they don't. They just want more money. A lot of people used to think, and still think, that companies are their friend. You know, they are not. Smartphones is a handheld device. It's one of the biggest exploding markets on Earth. Smartphones are going to be the future. Your smartphone is going to be your whole life. It's going to be your dev station. It's going to be your doctor. It's going to be your nanny. It's going to be your television. Smartphones is the future. And it's seen in the market share and the stats and how fast they sell smartphones. The thing is, a lot of companies, that's not enough. They want more and more and more and more. Apple has always known their place. Again, as much as I hate Apple as a company, they know when to stop. They know when enough is enough. Apple could make so much more money by having more ads in their fucking OS and more ads on their smartphones. They don't. They don't need to. Because they know, okay, this is going to give the users a bad experience. And we don't want that, and we already are making more money than we need to. Where if you go to Google, Microsoft, Samsung, they're like, oh, you're telling me we can make even more money? Young Padawan, show me the way. You know, Apple has always been good at they do some anti-consumer shit, but they've always been good at not pushing it too far. Where a lot of other companies, they are like, they push it as far as they can. And that's what's happening with a lot of Android phones, is that they keep pushing it, they're doing the EA thing, they push until it breaks and falls down. And Apple has been really good at kind of like, Valve is kind of the same as Apple. They've been, Valve is also kind of good at like, okay, the consumers are pushing back too much. Let's step it back a little bit. 1 or 2 out of 100 units. Yeah, that's kind of the normal tech guy. I would say that's, yeah. But again, if you buy mid-tier, low-end SSD, you get, it's the same with spinning hard drives. If you buy, I used to buy super crappy hard drives, and they would be, I didn't have a lot of money. So I would buy a I would buy crappy hard drives, and they would be like, I would get smart arrows like every 2 years, something like that. Like spinning hard drives. Until I just went, I was like, you know what, I'm paying a little bit extra. I'm paying like 50% extra. And then they lasted decades. And it's the same with SSDs. If you buy, I don't think you're buying the low, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you're buying the low tier, but, it heavily depends on who the manufacturers are and stuff like that. No, it's not. What tariffs are good at is giving short-term income and short-term stock rises and stuff like that. It's not a long-term solution. Okay, less bad, more downgraded, weirdly altered. Yeah. What a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of the innovation news companies claim comes from our public. That's true. That's true. A lot of the innovation actually comes from education in the States. The sad reality is that a lot of educational institutes use that as a way of making money in currency, which in my humble opinion should not be legal. A university should not be a for-profit place. It should be a place for learning. And if they invent something, it's for everyone. It should be for everyone. They are not a company. Because the second you start to run them as a company, education becomes secondary. It becomes about making money. It becomes about the prestige. It's become about, the good old dollar. And that should not be what education places is about. So if something get invented in an educational place, there should be no fucking, proprietary software or patents or anything like that. It should be free for the world. If those people then go outside and start doing their own thing, they can patent it and blah, 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 blah. Well, okay, let me put it another way. They will replace not your tablet, but they will replace your gaming computer, they will replace your console, they're going to replace your laptop. That is what smartphones and tablets are going to replace. One more in the past. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course they make more money not having repairable components. That's why they don't do it. Yeah, Google Play is ads. Yeah. Like, I just recently had to boot back into my, or boot up my Mac Mini because there was a Mac OS update. And I was like, holy shit. Like, I'm not getting notifications left, right, and center, The OS get out of my way. And I was like, oh, I so want to go back to Mac OS. I just can't. I could, but then I had to stop gaming. PC gaming. And I love PC gaming. I grew up with PC gaming. I love it. I love it. And I have I love my PlayStation 5, but I rarely use it. But that's because I have a decent gaming computer. When this gaming computer get obsolete, like I said, I kind of want a new graphic card, but I'm like, oh, it's so expensive. And I can get so many games for a perfectly fine PlayStation 5 that has good enough graphics for me. And another thing, I love virtualization. But I could do that on my dev laptop now because I got a Ryzen CPU that has more cores than I know what to do with. And I just upgraded to 32 gigs of RAM, so it can definitely virtualize it. Of stock SSD, we replaced them with the... Oh yeah, those are actually really... Crucial is a good... Crucial Micron are good, average CPUs. RAM manufacturers, SSD manufacturers. I buy a lot of Crucial RAM, and I buy a lot of Crucial SSDs. Even Kingston RAM and SSDs are quite good also. Yeah, I've had no problem with Crucial or Kingston either. No. Yeah, that's why MIT lies, but they don't. The fun thing is that even MIT has proprietary shit going on for them. They do a lot of secret and proprietary R&D or what you will call it, stuff like that. Yeah. Hey, Dylan, we can fucking hope, dude. Let's hope. Let's hope that's the case. We were looking at Power Wash. I was playing that on my AMD development machine, and it ran good. 60 FPS, high graphics. It's not like a super intensive game, but Hey, let's hope that's the case. But what I think it's going to do, it's going to push more people over to consoles, though. I honestly think that's what is going to be the future. It's just like, people just like, why would I want this big, massive fucking box just to game on when I can get like a super inexpensive console and, well, I can plug it onto a monitor or TV. No hassle, it's plug and play. It's convenient. It looks okay. It's not bad. It's not the best graphics on earth. Because most people don't really care that much about having the best fidelity. And I honestly think that that's what it's going to do. It's going to push people away from PC gaming. Because CPUs are still kinda expensive. Motherboards have gotten super expensive compared to what they used to. And then look at the fucking quality control. There are so many issues with motherboards and CPUs lately, the last few generations. It's like one problem after. We never had this many problems with hardware as we are having the last 5 years. You don't really have any fucking issues with PlayStation or Xbox. They just sit there and work, you know. And I honestly think that like, gamers don't want to tinker, they don't want to fuck around and blah. They will, if they are streamers, they will just stream via laptop. Like I said, the laptop I got for development is like a Ryzen 5 with 32 gigs of RAM. Get a capture card and I can live stream from it. That's it. It's like a, what is it, like a 300, not even like a $200, $300 capture card and you can live stream. Like, it don't, like, live streaming don't take many resources now from your computer. Yeah, most people don't install mods anymore. The modding scene of gamers are so... Modding has always been a niche within gaming. And you can also mod on PlayStation and Xbox. Bethesda do it. You know? So, yeah. And again, modding is super niche. Yeah, there are few games that exist because of modding. So, Farming Simulator, Euro Truck, American Truck Simulator, I would even say World of Warcraft exists because of add-ons. But out of the millions of games that are there, they are so fucking low, man. Oh, yeah. 9800 XT cooking itself. Yeah, that's... yeah. If you took like, just like you went down your neighborhood, let's just say like a 10 square mile, and took all the gamers there, maybe 1% of those would do anything extra with their games, like modding or fiddling with it or something like that. Most just plug and play. That's what they want. Yeah, exactly, Dylan. They allow skins, and like I said, if you go onto the creation station on Fallout, what the fuck it's called, with Bethesda, you can use a lot of the same mods on Fallout 4 on PlayStation or Xbox as you can do on computers. Yeah, exactly. A €1,200 computer versus $600 computer just for gaming. Yeah. And here's the thing. People will forgive, a little bit of crappier graphics and a little bit not so optimized gameplay if it's still playable. If it's still fun. Yeah, okay with it being choppy here and there a little bit, or it don't look like a fucking more realistic than live picture, if they have fun. Because we tend to forget that with gaming, the most important thing is having fun. That's why we game. We game to have fun or escape reality, and like we don't game to sit and say, "Holy shit, this graphic is better than real life." You know, we don't sit and game and be like, "Holy shit, I have 10 billion FPSs." No, we game to chillax, to have fun, to consume and be entertained. You know, if you can get that, if you can deliver that, if the user or the gamer is entertained, that's the you'll reach the epitome. Everything else is just cherries on top. Oh, I'm entertained and I get 2 billion FPSs. Awesome. I'm entertained and I'm getting better graphic. Awesome. I want shooter games with worse graphic. That's what competitive shooters do. A lot of competitive shooters, they on purpose use the lowest setting graphics because it becomes easier to see the enemy. They do that with, I think it's like CSGO and even with Fortnite, I think, and stuff like that, and other competitive shooters. Because you're not getting distracted or obscured and stuff like that by all these, like, you know, sun rays and all that fucking stupid fidelity that sometimes can obscure the what's going on. And here's the thing, most games, especially fast-paced games, you don't really stop and smell the flowers. Like, you don't run around in Call of Duty Warzone and admire the fucking texture of a wall. You'll get shot in the face if you do that. You know? Like, if you're playing like a Skyrim, for example, yes, you will stop and look at the vista sometimes and admire that, but they don't need to be super fucking good. They just have to be okay. Yeah, it's a really interesting ball, yeah. They really got the pixel right with that fucking brick over there, man. It's like, the shadows in the imperfections of that brick is just amazing. I have a lot of, or I used to have a lot of gaming friends that was super into like max FPSs and everything should be run on ultra fucking breaking systems fidelity. And when we were gaming, I never heard any of them be like, "Holy shit, this fucking shooter is looking really amazing while I'm shooting someone in the face. That flower over there in the corner is just crisp as a fucking baby's bottom." No, they were like yelling and screaming about getting fucking 360 no-scope by a teenager or something like that. You know? Or missing the beat on someone or running into a trap, or that's what you hear people talk about. The whole better graphic is mostly something that, if you're playing like really slow paced game, really matters because then you're looking at it all the time, or is hyped up by the reviewers. What is that fucking game that is so popular right now? The where you're selling dope. Uh, is it Felony 1 or something like that? That's not a good looking game. You know, it's not a good. It has an art style, but it's not a fucking good looking game. It's not like you know, it's not even close to the fucking fidelity that Battlefield have if you max that out or something like that. Yeah, I haven't played it yet. I need to play it, but it's like everyone fucking love it. Look at Minecraft. Minecraft is not particularly fucking like holy shit, but it's the most sold. Tetris, the most sold game ever. I think Tetris is still the most sold game in the world. When is Tetris ray tracing coming out? You know, like, people just want to get entertained, dude. 1970s Unix open sourced in US universities from ATC Bell Labs. Monopoly broke up. I don't know what you're saying there. I built my OS using Linux. I also game on my PC. And Windows are not allowed in my house or any on my network. That makes no sense. That just to make no fuck. It's like. So Windows is not allowed in your house. So if I come and showcase something in C# or in Java or C++ on my Windows laptop, you're physically going to throw it out of your house? You are standing in the door with like 10,000 bouncers and ripping my laptop out of my hands and throwing it out into the dirt and hopping on it like an angry teenager that got their phone taken away and say, "No, not allowed. You shall not pass." But you won't connect to my routers. My routers block Windows. That's a really good way of not getting anyone to want to talk to you forever. Because that viewpoint is such narcissistic and self-centered and arrogant that I would not even want to get into your house then. Maybe you are so crappy at internet security that you can't, that you can't handle Windows. Because it should not matter what is going on your router. That makes no fucking sense. Are you allowing Android? That's worse than Windows. If you allow Android, you should definitely allow Windows. You allow Chrome OS, again, worse than Windows. It's really so you have to allow Android. Well, now you're a hypocrite. Like, you're a massive hypocrite. You are a massive hypocrite. It's the same. I refuse to work on Windows machines. Well, that's great. There's other people I can pay to do that. It's not by choice. Well, it is. It is by choice. Again, it's a super self-centered, narcissistic, arrogant way of looking at the world and doing that and saying that to people. Because here's the thing. A knowledgeable Windows user, someone that knows just a little bit more than the average Windows user, a knowledgeable Windows user are more secure on Windows than most Linux users are on Linux. I'll say it again. Most knowledgeable Windows users are more secure than the average Linux users are. Because most Linux users, they think that because they're using Linux and FOSS, they just automatically are secure. That is the first thing in security, physical, personal, online. Never assume security, but every fucking Linux user and every Linux content creator I talk to, or not every, but most of them, you get what I'm coming at here, assume security. That is the biggest, let me tell you, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about without telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about moment. So, you just basically told us that we should not listen to it when it comes to computers. Thank you for giving us that information, by the way. And doesn't Android have proprietary DMS for apps to work? There's like Android. I should make a video where we dissect Android because it's oh. If you think Windows is intrusive, if you think Windows takes telemetry and data, yeah, your collective vaginas and testicles are going to get like they are emerging inside of like yikiness of what Android is doing. It's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. The entity is more of a company issue. I don't know what you're talking about, Max. I think I lost the conversation there. Corporate browser. Yeah, I don't. First of all, Dylan. First of all, 99% of Windows computers that are used by the average person is not a security threat. Because they are not the target of any malicious exploits. If they just want Windows with stock standard, what is it called? Defender. That helps them like 90% of all of the problems that they will encounter. And here's the thing. 99% of all security problems or security breaches is done by phishing. It's done by the user downloading or going onto a link they should not be going on to, and that affects also Linux. You know. Yeah, social engineering, yeah. And no OS can save anyone from social engineering. But again, like I said, it's a good, like, when people, it's when someone say to me, like, I am a tech person, but I won't work on Windows or Mac OS or Linux, I'm like, okay, you're not a tech person then. You are not a professional tech person. If someone is a developer and say, I only want to develop on Windows or Linux, you're not a developer. Or I only want to do Rust or Java, you're not a developer. Because you should be able to do all of those things. Oh, I don't allow this into my place because of security reasons. You don't understand security then. Because the programming language that you use, the OS that you use, even the hardware that you use to some extent, is the least of your problems. It's the least of your problems. If you are a developer that hardcore only wants to do Rust or C# or Java, Python, whatever, pick a fucking language, you are going to lose so fucking many opportunities, it's not even funny. You're going to lose so much money, it's not even funny. If you refuse to only work on X, Y, and Z, let's say you're a graphical designer, whatever the fuck it is, and you only want to work on macOS, you are going to lose on so many opportunities. You are limiting yourself for stupid reasons. Basically, you are limiting yourself. You are limiting your exposure, your knowledge, your learning. You are limiting your potential because an artificial fucking thing that don't matter. Nobody gives a fuck about what programming language they should use or what OS they want. It don't fucking matter, people. You can prefer it. I've dabbled in Rust. It don't matter. It don't fucking matter. I love Python because it's fast from idea to execution. I work with C# people, so I do C# when they want me to. Because it don't fucking matter. It don't matter. It's like I like blue over red. So, okay, you like blue over red. Is everything in your life blue then? Or do you have something that has some red in it? Do you even have a blue shirt or a blue piece of clothes or a blue item that has some red in it? You probably do. You know. Rust, in my opinion, is super overrated, but that's another debate we can have, you know. But when people start to put limitations on things that don't matter, when other people hear that, they are like, okay, you just go over there in the corner and play with your fucking testicles and think you're the smartest person on earth, while the rest of society and the rest of the world are actually doing the shit that you wish you could do. That's what's going on. Like, while they're doing cool fucking shit and changing the world, you're being left behind. Because I like blue. It's such a fucking idiotic stand to have, you know, on anything. Like, if it's like the Giants versus the Jets, that's another fucking conversation, okay? But when it comes to technology, having those hard stands on technology is so fucking stupid. You could get interviewed for your dream job, and you're like, so are you guys using Python? No, we are using C++. You know what, bosses? Fuck you! I'm going out of here. You just said no to your dream job because they were not using Python. Or they hear you talk about Python being this, like, if, oh, people that don't use Python are fucking stupid. Like, okay, we're not hiring him then, or her then. You just lost your spot at your dream job because you were egotistical, narcissistic, self-centered, main character syndrome, put all the fucking weird buzzwords in there that think the whole world evolves around what you like and what you want the world to be like. That's not how the world works. It's the same people that go to work and expect to only do the work they like to do. We all go to work every day and do something we fucking don't want to do. That's being a grown-up. You know? I just can't get into that mindset. It aggravates the living shit out of me. It's such a limited thought pattern to live with. It's limiting your potential so fucking much as a human. You're putting artificial limitations onto your life you don't need. Just because you can then be superior, I guess. I don't know. Python is fun. There's so much shit you can do with Python. Yeah, Rust is a weird one. Like, if you can get your hands on like a cheap Macintosh, like a cheap Mac computer, do that. And then fuck around with it. It's actually a okay system. It's not for everyone, but you know. Well, I think Python is the most used language on Earth right now because it's so, you know, everyone fucking knows it, so. You're writing in binary. I kind of wish I could do that, though. Yeah, here's the thing. Companies use what they know, or they use what their core program started out to be. You rarely see companies rewriting their technologies into another language just for the sake of rewriting it into another language. I don't fuck with Python. Hey! We'll see. I missed you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I don't fuck with Python, yeah. Python is weird and fun at the same time. I don't, you know, it's a thing. I don't have a hard stance on any programming language. I will say I have on Rust, but it's mostly the Rust community I have a stance on, not the language itself, you know. Oh, Delphi, I remember that fucking IDE. The boss image doesn't work. Oh, Basic and Java is still super popular, though. So here's the thing with programming, and I learned this in mechanics school, to be honest. But if you approach everything like this, everything becomes easier in your life. So I used to think I needed to know everything about the job I had. So when I was a mechanic, I thought I needed to know every fucking thing about cars and electronics with cars. Like if you ask me a question, I should have the answer. That's humanly impossible. Humanly impossible. Nobody can do that unless you are struck by God or got burned by the devil or whatever. Put something in there. So I had a teacher, because I got stressed out about it. I thought I was not good enough to become a mechanic. So my teacher was like, dude, what the fuck is going on with you? You're not performing as you used to. Like, yeah, I can't fucking remember everything and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, look at all your fucking friends that you're working with. Do you see any of them running around without a book in their hand? No? You're the only one not looking into a fucking book. He's like, a good mechanic don't know everything, but he knows where to find the information. That goes for the same for a developer. You don't need to know everything about a fucking coding language. You just need to understand what a variable is, you know, what classes are, and methods, functions. You know, just understand the basics of programming, and then where to get the rest of the information. So, if you understand the concepts of variables and methods, classes, and stuff like that, how do Rust handle that? Go ask ChatGPT or look up a book and say, how do Python or Java or Rust handle these things? And then the more you use it, it becomes second nature to you. But then you forget how Python do it. And then 2 years down the line, you have to do it in Python. You just be like, oh, how do Python do functions? And you see some examples and, oh, that's right. And then blah, 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 blah. All you need is the basics. All you need is the basics. If you become good at the base, again, this goes for everything: mechanics, martial arts, development, philosophy. The basics. The basics is the most important thing. Understand the basics and everything else becomes easier for you. Are more people stupid or smart? They are stupid. But there is... You have to clarify what stupid is. Because a lot of people call you stupid just for disagreeing with you. A lot of people call you stupid because you don't know the most optimal way of growing muscles after you turn 50. Some people call you stupid because you can't change the spare tire. So there has to be some, you know, because a lot of tech people call other people stupid because they don't understand programming or computers, where in reality the tech person is the lower IQ one. If you're using IQ, well, most people are average then. And there are more people that are average below average than there are smart people, if you believe in IQ. I don't really believe in IQ, but if you believe in IQ, that's the way you do it. If you go into it with a way of knowledge about a subject, well, then most people are stupid because not everyone knows everything about everything. You know, so if someone is knowledgeable about programming, there's a lot of smart programmers, but they are the majority of people on Earth. You know. So that whole what is it called? Stupid smart thing is super fucking weird. Because most people are stupid, and most smart people, or people that say they are smart, are stupid. But a lot of stupid people are actually fucking smart. Because they know their limitations. I've been streaming for... How long have I been streaming for? 1 hour and 5 minutes. We cannot spend 1 hour and 5 minutes talking about why FreeBSD is better than Linux. That can be done in 5-10 minutes. It's a more coherent system. It's a more unified system. It has better tooling. It has a better clear path. Mission statement. There you go. I just named the big highlights. So no, it's not rage bait. It's just nobody have not asked about it. And I'm not going to talk about something people don't want to talk about. If they ask me if is Python better than Java, I'm not like, no, we cannot talk about that because my description said that, or my title, where the fuck I put it, said that FreeBSD is better than Linux. So we can only talk about FreeBSD is better than Linux for the next like X amount of hours that I'm online. That's like, again, now we're going into the more stupid part of the conversation here. No, IQ is it's just about how many gigahertz your CPU have. How you use it is super fucking different. There are people with a high IQ that can barely fucking put their pants on, you know. Calling someone stupid because they disagree is very stupid. Yeah. Yeah, IQ diagnostic criteria, I can kind of see that, yeah. Yeah. And it can also give you a good indicator on how fast they pick up new things and stuff like that. What happened that you started to dislike? I don't dislike Linux. I just stopped advocating for it because I don't think Linux is good enough for most people. I don't dislike it. I use it every day. But here's a thing where there clearly is a lack of knowledge or understanding. Is that a lot of Linux users and Linux YouTubers think that if you are critical about something, you hate it. No. Most people that are critical about something are critical about it because they want it to be better. Most people that are critical about a thing do that in hope and out of love of that thing, that in hope it will be better and because they love that thing. If I didn't give a fuck about Linux, I would not talk about it. Why do you, I think I have 1 or 2 videos about FreeBSD. Even though I think FreeBSD as a technology is better than Linux, why don't I talk more about it if that's the case? Because I don't give a fuck about FreeBSD. I really couldn't give 2 fucking rats' asses about FreeBSD. I could really not give a fuck about it. I do care a lot about Linux. That's why I am seeing the damage that YouTubers are doing to it and the community is doing to it, and I see no one addressing it. So I'm like, you know what? Someone has to speak up about it. And if that makes me the villain of the internet, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about how people think about me on the internet. But if we want Linux to succeed, a lot of the things I'm talking about needs to be addressed. And it's and this is where people say it's rage bait and stuff like that. It's because they get angry, they get uncomfortable, because they can kind of see there's something about that. There's some truth to it. Because if they were just like, oh, he's just a fucking crazy ass idiot, they would not mind it at all. They will not be engaging with it. They will not be looking at it. They would just be like, yeah, just ignore that idiot over there. And another part is that YouTube, you have to kind of clickbait to get views. It's the human condition. You know, we have to play the game. So yeah, I do use a lot of rage bait, clickbait, but it's always, what is the right word? It's always part of the conversation. No matter what I put in a thumbnail or I put in a title, especially in videos, I will talk about it. Maybe a lot or maybe not so much. But it is part of the video. It's part of the conversation. I just use, you know, like wordings in thumbnails and wordings in titles that I know will make people emotional or aggravate them because then they're clicking on it. If I don't do it, and I use just plain standard English speaking, normal, conversational, like, this is why FreeBSD is better than Linux, or something like that. Or instead of saying, like, FreeBSD should be the best OS or something, you know, there is a difference of about 60% of clicks on that video. Just from the fucking title. And the only... And this is... it's a funny thing, but... The only way to get rid of clickbait on YouTube is if people stopped clicking on clickbaity videos. Why do you think every content creator use clickbait? Because it works. It fucking works. You know. And that's what you need to do, because there's so many drama videos out there. There's so many competition in whatever field you go into. You know. Yeah, you are used to clickbait. You get desensitized to it. Like, trust me, no content creator wants to clickbait. It's not something content creators do because they love it. Like, honestly, I would love it if I should not have to speak the way I do about Linux. I would love if I didn't have to do reaction videos about Linux. But people watch it, people click on it, they want more of it. It's not what I prefer to do the most, to be honest. But the content I prefer to do the most, people don't want to watch. So you do what people want to see. Like, it's that simple. You give the audience what they want. So be under certain IQ, then we're going into like they have mental deficiencies and stuff like that. That's another conversation. That's a totally fucking other conversation. But I get what you're coming at, yeah. Yeah, people get it wrong. If you criticize Linux, automatically you hate Linux. Exactly. And that is because if you acknowledge that Linux have a lot of issues, you acknowledging that Linux is not great. You are acknowledging that Linux is not the best OS. You are acknowledging that Linux is just as fucked up as Windows is. But that's not what the community is telling you. That's not what the YouTubers are telling you. So it's like a ego check. And people don't like ego checks, man. Hey, Eeps. Oh, Eeps. E-Tates? I get confused. Well, a lot of people like FreeBSD over Linux, to be honest. I've been using Linux since 2007. I've been using Linux since the late 90s. Oh yeah, Linux has gotten way better than it used to be, but it still has a lot of issues. It still has a lot of fucking issues, dude. And that's the thing. People love to talk about how great Linux is. Nobody wants to talk about where Linux needs to improve. And you don't improve things if you don't tell people they need to be improved. Yeah, I'm starting to delete a lot of my old videos because they don't get any views anymore, so there's no need to have them up there anymore. Should there be the Linux distribution? Yeah, there should be one distribution called Linux, yeah. There should be one officially supported distro called Linux. Exactly, yeah. There should. Yeah, snaps, flat packages, app images. I hope they will blur those lines. Yeah, that's what I hope myself. I can tell if a video thumbnail title is exaggerated. Yeah, most people can. I think everyone can. And the sad reality is that that's what you need to do to get any exposure on YouTube. You just have to do it. Or you need to already be a big YouTuber. One of those two things. I used to not do any fucking rage bait or clickbait and nobody watched my shit. Nobody watched my shit until I started doing reaction videos. It's the sad reality of it. It's what it is. So apparently my personality or my content creation style suits this kind of content better than educational content. I just pissed at my computer and it's okay since I use Debian. Yeah, Debian can fucking go through whatever you want it to. Yeah, Windows and Mac OS is less time consuming for the general user. Exactly, yeah. I don't care. I like snaps a little bit better than flat packages. App images is what I love the most because they're more like how Apple do their thing, and I think it's the best way of doing it. But I couldn't give a fuck. Just one of them have to take off massively. I don't care which one it is. One of them just have to be, like, just take massively off. I'm not saying Linux got too complex. The problem I have with Linux is not the complexity of Linux, because that can be learned. My problem I have with Linux is the cult-like state that the users have gotten themselves twisted into. That's not healthy. It's not healthy for Linux. It's not healthy for the community. It's the opposite. It's unhealthy for them. Hey, Lamer. What's the worst Linux community, and why is it Arch Discord unofficially? I'm not being on Arch on any. I'm not on any Linux Discords at all. The worst Linux community, I don't know, because they all are kind of fucking bad. That's the thing. They all are kind of bad. How do developers feel when they get bug reports? So, it depends on how good you are at giving bug reports. My program stopped working, send bug report. Yeah, they hate those. But if you give like a core dump, memory dump, explain what you did before, like give as much information as you can, they love that. Who's the worst Linux YouTuber and why? I don't know that Australian kid about Cosmic. The worst Linux YouTuber, there's not one, there's a few. That's true. Never hire anyone that bitch and moan about a technology. No. Snapper System D. Yeah. Because if you hire someone that is bitching and moaning about a technology, like, oh, you should only be using this or using that because of blah, 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 blah. The idea, the mission, getting you converted is more important to them than actually getting the job done. They are more interested in getting you to use what they want you to use than get a job done. And that's a super fucking bad, well, it's super bad. So I made a video today, I recorded a video today where the title is, and again it's a clickbaity title, it's a ratebaity title. The title will be, telemetry is your fault. Or you are the reason why we have telemetry. Something in that nature. Because the reason why we have telemetry is because people are super bad at giving bug reports. And I will explain with examples and blah, 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 and that video hopefully will come out in a few weeks because it only upload once a week, so depends on what. Next week is the DSP one, but after that I don't know. But yeah, I may upload 2 videos a week because I have so many backlog videos. I just can only commit to 1 a week, so don't use Arch and Rust and you'll become a fanboy. There's a high chance, but I will not put that in. Like, I will not say that's the case, but I get what you're coming at. But yeah. So if you're going into being a little bit more like let's call it oh, they have a flat pack. if we are toning it down and being less comedic about it and less like entertaining about it and more practical, analytic about it, I think there are so many people online nowadays that had so little things going on in their life that Linux become that thing, or Snap, or flat packages, or Mac OS, or PlayStation, whatever it is, become that thing. It becomes their identity because they have nothing going for them. They have no purpose. They have nothing going for them in life. And then they get sucked into Arch, or they get sucked into Rust, or they get sucked into Java, they get sucked into just Linux in general. That become the most exciting thing about them as a person. And as I've said many times before, the internet is the best place for lonely, stupid people to find other lonely, stupid people. And that is what's happening with Linux. You see a lot of people that need something. They need something. And if you are new to Linux, this was the experience I had when I was new to Linux. This is the experience I see when people are making videos or post about them moving to Linux. They get welcomed with open arms. Welcome, you've seen the light. You have escaped the tyranny of the corporate America and the proprietary world. They are love bombing you with attention and telling you you're doing so great, you're so handsome and sexy, you're the smartest person on earth, all the girls and boys and aliens, they want you, you're the man's man, the girl's girl. They give you so much positive attention that they get sucked in. And that's what those people need. Those people that get sucked into that, they need that. They need that purpose. And then on top of that, you are now part of the greater good. You're doing something for humanity. You are a crusader. You have found your purpose. And that's how you get those kind of people. That's why Linux users are, you see that a lot in Linux users, because they love bombing you. They are giving you a purpose. And then you feel you found that purpose if you're one of those people. Oh my fucking god. I'm doing something great. I'm changing the world. Proprietary software is evil. You're starting to confirming because you fit in now. You have found a place you fit in, or you think you fit in. You get sucked into that world. And then you start to just regurgitating what they are saying because, well, what happens if they kick me out? Then I'm the same lonely, no purposeful person I was before. But they have to play along. Oh, what about all the posts I made about how great Linux is and Fuzz is and blah, 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 blah. That's how they get you sucked in. And here's the thing, I don't think the Linux people do that on purpose. They honestly are trying to be positive about people moving to Linux. But if you do that to someone that has nothing in their life and are in desperately search for something in their life, they get sucked in, they basically get radicalized to some degree. And then that becomes their whole thing. That becomes their identity, it becomes their way of life. It becomes their what is it called, alpha omega. And then they ignore all of the warning signs. Because I used to be an outsider, now I'm an insider. It feels fucking cozy. I have bodies now. I have Discord groups I can go into and we can talk about how bad X, Y, and Z is. And a lot of people that move to Linux don't move to Linux because they specifically hate proprietary software or they hate Windows. They just have some irritations with it. But then they get love bombed, they get positively bombed, they get told they are the smartest person on earth, and blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm coming at. That's the analytical adult viewpoint of it. Because when you think about it, when you see and I hate to stereotyping it, but when you see a lot of Linux YouTubers, when you see a lot of Linux people, Linux users, do they look like people that have a lot of things going for them? Yeah, superiority complex is a hell of a drug, yeah. But just look at the average Linux user, the average Linux YouTuber, the average Linux advocate, FOSS advocate. Do they look like they are like, you know, were like the prom king, prom queen back in the day? Or, you know, do they look like they had like everything in their life is just going splendidly for them? Most of them don't. And when I say look like, I don't mean physically look at them. Like, look at their online profiles. Look at their online habits and stuff like that. You know, like, what do they have in their descriptions, in their bios and stuff like that? They almost have nothing. Hey, I'm so-and-so, and my cat, or my dog, or my 4K, Warhammer 4K collection. But they really don't have anything. They don't really fit in or have, you know, they are not part of the crowd, so to speak. But now they are. The whole PewDiePie thing, I don't know what to say about it, because I think he's just fucking around. He's just experimenting. You know? Yeah, the Linux cast, yeah. My brother. You know, I've not fucked around a lot with NixOS, so I can't say. Like, I've stayed out of that community. Mint, I do like Mint. Mint and Ubuntu. Ubuntu and Mint seems to have some really good communities. But there's bad apples everywhere, so. It is exact. I'm getting becoming a teenager again. Oh my god. Yeah, Command. It's exactly like political parties. When you are part of us, we will support you. We will help you. As long as you are following the book. As long as you are saying what we want you to say. I used to be body with a lot of Linux people. I'm not anymore. Because I'm talking critical about Linux. I've not changed as a person. I'm just talking critical about Linux. That's not allowed in the Linux circle. You cannot speak ill of our deity, the penguin. Heck, I don't even think Linus Torvalds is a massively great developer. Like, he's maybe a little bit above average. And I get flack for that. Because he made the Linux kernel, therefore he must be brilliant. No, he just had a good idea. Anyone that took the education he took can make a kernel. That's part of their fucking education, to learn how to do that shit. To some degree. He didn't do anything crazy. Had he been a 12-year-old with no education, yeah, then I would be like, holy fucking shit. No, I think he was a computer science major, something like that. All of them can fucking make a kernel if they want to. Yeah, I've fiddled around with looking into the concept of NixOS, but I'm just like, I just don't see really a good purpose for it, if I'm honest. I think he's a good project leader, yeah. He's probably a super good project leader, yeah. And that's what the Linux Foundation is paying him for, so. Hey, if he admits it, that's good. I just either can't remember it or have not heard that or seen that. I just see a lot of Linux people and Linux YouTubers put him up on like S-tier fucking levels developer. And that's kind of, you know, like, it kind of bugs me a little bit. Because that means that if you have a successful program, you just automatically become a good programmer. No, you don't. There's so many games from the 90s that are getting released. They release the source code. Like, those games are developed like shit. most software is developed like shit. It's like fixes left, right, and center, and things work that should not work, and we don't fucking fuck with it because it works kind of scenarios and stuff like that. But people have this mindset, and this is specifically non-developers have this mindset that they think that developers are everything they do is like perfect, because that's what they say in the YouTube videos, and that's why I have a little bit of a issue also with developer videos, because I get the message that they're trying to send, but developing is not a perfect world. What can I use instead of NixOS? NixOS, I can't fucking say that name. It makes my life infinite better. I would say, and this is not because I like Canonical, but this is because I think we need to unify Linux into one distribution. Everyone should just be running Ubuntu. And then you can have all your fucking desktop environments and underneath technologies and stuff like that, but we just need one fucking Linux distribution. All this other bullshit it's getting out of hand, man. I made a list. Was it on a live stream? I think it was on a live stream, or just for fun from my own. And in the time I've used Linux, I've seen more great Linux distribution fails than succeed. Which is super fucking irritating when I think about it. There's so many companies that have failed that should not have failed, but they did. And then you have places that, or distributions that get super popular because they have a nice theme and some crappy coded programs. I'm looking at Gorada Linux, for example. I will say that the good like the really, really good developers, you don't know what they are doing or what they are working on, because they're probably more likely working for the government. Everyone else is just average fucking developers. You know? Oh yeah, the Undertale thing, yeah, it's just like hundreds lines of if-else statements. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you don't need to be a good developer to make good programs. Definitely not. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that developers themselves and other tech people, they love to put developers up on that pedestal, so to speak. Which is kinda, in my humble opinion, not that good. But it is what it is, I guess. I have a lot of issues with developers. Well, let me put it this way. I have a lot of issues with the way that they train developers nowadays. And I also have a lot of issues with the whole developers in YouTube sphere, with the like Zero to Hero and all that fucking shit. Because there's a lot of people that want to learn to develop. So there's a big market on making development content. But most development content is shit. Sadly enough. On YouTube and both the free ones, they're super fucking bad. God damn it. I'm just fiddling around with my lights. It was getting dark in here. Oh, spam bots. Yeah. Sometimes it is fun to fuck around with spam bots, though. Uh, yeah, exactly, Dylan. Yeah, every programming language start out great, and then it just gets, you know, too much shit gets added onto it. It tries to do more. Like JavaScripting is one of the perfect examples of that. It started out as basically just a theming mode or scripting. Well, scripting for web pages. Now it's fucking making desktop applications. You know, C# is having a lot of issues with that also. Um, well, some do actually respond, or other people respond for them because they agree with the statement they make. So they will get the spam bots will get defenders basically. Oh yeah. Garuda, yeah. Yeah, the thing with Manjaro is that because I don't dislike Manjaro, they have some great ideas. Their issue is the base they are using, Arch. Arch Linux is not meant to be what Manjaro wants it to be, or try to make it into be. They should have started with something like Tumbleweed or Debian testing or something like that. That will just be way better for them and for everyone else. Because a lot of the Manjaro issues is because they're trying to make Arch into something it's not. Hey, thanks for the membership. I will not even say Arch is an educational distro because you don't really learn much from Arch. You really don't learn much from Arch. And I know a lot of people think you do, but you really don't. At best, what you learn from Arch is how an installer works, which is something you use once or twice in a few years. Yeah, like spam bots can be funny sometimes. Yeah. So Arch Linux for me is like people. Do you know what kit cars are? Um, so kit cars is when you're taking like a Ford Escort chassis and you're putting a different engine in it, a different body on it to make it look like a Ferrari or something like that. That is what Arch Linux is for me. It's like you take the Linux kernel and then you put, different components onto it. So this is not really a Lancia. This is what we call a kit car. So this is probably based on a Ford chassis or something like that. And they are super popular with car enthusiasts. People that like to tinker with cars and that can't afford the real thing, so they build a replica basically. And that is to me what Arch Linux is. You like it's an expensive hobby, yeah. It's super expensive. But it's for people that love the process of building things from the ground up themselves. And to a lot of those people, that's the the whole reason for running ads is building it up from nothing to something. Then they start over every few months from nothing to something. Because they get new ideas or new ways, or they want to, oh, there's too much, I already installed too much shit on it and stuff like that, I need to start from scratch or something like that. So I don't have too many leftovers and stuff like that. It's for people that like that process. Which most people don't. Sadly enough. Windows 2025, so server. So Docker and Windows subsystem for Linux is okay, but as far as I have been told or seen people and heard people working with Docker, it's still best under Linux. You can do it under Windows, but it's still iffy-diffy. So this car over here, I think they normally do that with like a Toyota frame or something like that. This is a really popular kit car to make. And I think the body is almost exclusively not carbon fiber, glass fiber. So there are companies that sells like the body here in sorry, that will mimic different car types and works on different chassis. That all they do is just selling different like Ferrari bodies, Maserati bodies, and stuff like that. And then they work on certain car frames. Yeah, I've not much experience. Hey Chris, I've not much experience with the Docker in VSL, so. Windows is not as bad as people want to make it out to be. It really is not. Like, the thing with Windows is you have to think about like you're moving into a new apartment where the old people that live there have some leftovers in there. You may want to keep some, you may want to do some cleaning, you may need to touch up here and there. But when you get Windows up and set up the way you want it, it's actually super good. And when you start to get out of that mindset with telemetry and data collection, that yes, it sucks, and you can take most of it away, but if you go on to Bing or Google or use your Android phone or whatever the fuck it is, they all take more telemetry anyway. So you're not really getting that much more less telemetry taking on you. You always just don't do it, but everyone else is taking. It's like you go into the pub and everyone is giving you a black eye besides the bartender. So therefore he's the best dude on earth. You know, like, you love the bartender. That's what you're taking away with not running Windows. It's like everyone else is giving you a black eye besides one person. Does it matter? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But if everyone else is kicking you in the fucking face, if one person stop doing it, it won't fucking matter. You were hurt as a motherfucker anyway. You know, those cheeks are red as a motherfucker. You're already like mincemeat in your face. So if the bartender is like, yeah, you got enough, that's okay, you can barely fucking open your eyes, you've already been beaten to death almost. So that whole fucking speed of telemetry and data collection, it sucks, it should not be there, but in the grand scheme of your day-to-day life, it don't matter at all. At all. Because you probably have a fucking smartphone that you're logged in with an account to, and logged into all your social media. Heck, you're logged into YouTube right now, and that alone is doing way more data collection and telemetry than Windows can even do. So if you run Linux, you're not protecting against that on Linux, because it's something outside of the OS realm. So, but if you set Windows up right, and it takes a little bit of setting up, it runs amazing. If you understand Windows, it's an amazing system. I made a video explaining the RAM uses of Windows, because a lot of people are getting bent out of shape over, oh, why is it using 45 to 50% of my RAM all the time? Well, and Linux is not doing it. Well, it's by design. It's meant to do it. I had a 16 gig system. It was using 40 to 50% all the time. Then I upgraded that to 32 gig. Then it still used 40 to 50-ish% of RAM all the time. My gaming computer that I'm streaming from has 64 gig of RAM. Lo and behold, it's sitting at continuous memory use between 40-45%. That's how Windows is built. Windows is built to caching memory, caching programs you use a lot, etc., etc., etc. Linux is not. Also, we don't know if the system monitors under Linux is actually reading cached memory in those statistics, or reading reusable memory and stuff like that in those systems. Windows may do, but they don't. So there's a lot of things, like when you open a program and you close it again, there are still bits and bobs in memory. Maybe Windows count that and Linux don't. We don't know. But a lot of people, they think task managers and system monitors are like guidelines on how, like, everything has to be as slow as possible. That's not how it works. The system monitor and task manager is a diagnostic tool. So when you have a problem, you go in there, like, oh my god, my computer's acting weird. That's when you go in to the task manager or the system monitor. It's not meant to be running 24/7. You look, holy shit, the RAM is creeping up. Because then you will be upgrading your RAM until you can't put more RAM into your system, and you will never have enough RAM, you'll never have enough CPUs. A fun thing about Windows, if you put your computer to sleep, try open up Task Manager and just look at all the graphs. Put your computer to sleep and wake it up again, and you will see your CPU, not your RAM, your CPU, and all your SSDs will spike for a certain amount of time. They will max out. So, oh my god, something's wrong. I'm getting maxed out. Fucking, everything's maxing out for a split second. I must need faster RAM faster SSDs and faster CPU. No, you don't. It's meant to do that. It's like Windows is slapping them in the face, say, hey, bitches, start to work now. And then they go, oh, I'm awake, and then they go down. They go down to, I'm awake, I'm waiting for you to give me a task. But a lot of people don't understand, even tech people don't understand how to use system monitoring tools and task manager. Because to really use it, you have to understand the design decision made by the people that are designing the kernel. You can't just boot up Linux and say, oh, look, it only used 3 gigs of RAM, and then Windows, oh, look, it's using 40% of my total RAM usage. Yeah. That's because Microsoft have told it to do so. And it's built to do that. It's built to handle RAM differently than Linux is. And you will not notice that Linux is more snappier than Windows is. You can have more. Here's I did a test on a video where I think it was 1 gig of RAM I put into a virtual machine. I think it had a mini series called "Can I Crash Windows with 1 gig of RAM and can I crash Linux with 1 gig of RAM?" So I just super unscientific, but it gives you a good understanding about RAM handling by those systems. Is this Christmas music? So what I did is I just opened up a shit ton of Chrome tabs. Just until the system could not run anymore. Linux, I'm not joking here. I had to hard reboot Linux. And I did it with more than one distribution. Windows never became unresponsive. It became massively slow, but never unresponsive. I could just keep adding fucking tabs, and it never hard locked on me. Linux did. Granted, this is a few years ago, so they could have ordered that in the Linux kernel. But that just shows you that systems that on idle use more RAM don't automatically mean that they are using more RAM, if that makes sense. It's all about the design of the kernel. And until you understand the design of the kernel, and you don't need to be a fucking expert, and just read, just the gist of it, you don't know what you're looking at. Because what you're looking at could actually be an indicator of a healthy system. So a healthy system for Windows is using a lot of RAM. It's preloading a lot of your... It's using intelligent... now they're calling it AI, but they're using intelligent algorithm to make sure that, your Firefoxes, your programs, your games are opening up faster. Linux don't. That's also why sometimes when you boot up Windows, you'll see it being super active for a little while. And what the fuck is it doing? It's preloading a lot of your most used programs. And the more RAM you have, the more it will do that. And that's why in Windows, a lot of times the more RAM you give it, the more snappy it feels. Well, it's because a lot of the programs you're trying to open is already cached in memory. They are not on Linux. Windows don't have a heavy RAM usage. This is just exactly what we're talking about right now. If you look at Windows and say it has a heavy RAM usage, let me put it this way. When I got my laptop, I installed a full-blown new install of Windows on it. On first boot, it was idling at, I think it was 4.5 gigabytes of RAM. 4.5. And it did that for like a few days. Even me installing a lot of programs. Then after a while, it starts to creep up. Then it was using 10%. Then it was using 30%. Then it was using about 40-45%. Oh my god, I have a memory leak. No. It learns your behavior over time and it puts a lot, it pre-caches it. Some of it is also AI. It's the new thing. That's why Apple has 16 gigs as standard instead of 8. AI has something to do with it. But you probably also have a shit ton of fucking Chrome tabs open. And stuff like that. Over time, it kinda learns your habits, so to speak. Weirdly enough. Exactly. The design spec is that it will use 50% of Apple running for pre-caching. Exactly. That's a simple way of explaining what I'm trying to do, giving a lecture of what's actually going on in the back end. So if you look into Gorada Linux, there's a lot of Linux distributions that has a philosophy that say unused RAM is wasted RAM. And this is kinda where Windows is. Here's the thing as a perfect dog. Windows is designed to work that way. Here's the thing. If you could not look at the RAM uses of your RAM, you would not know any different. You will not notice any fucking different. The only reason you are upset is because you can see a graph. If you could not see that graph, you would not think that it was using that much memory. Because it runs everything you need to run, it does it as snappy as you expect it to do with that amount of RAM and blah 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 blah. The only reason people are upset is because they can see the fucking graph. And oh my god, if I look at the same graph under Linux, it's slower. Which is designed in a totally fucking different way. The only time you should be worried about RAM is when your computer starts to not do what it's supposed to do. Via Open Task Manager, my game is having issue, admiring the efficiency of my system while I'm naked. Well, the naked part is always good. Yelling at my RAM for using more than 40%, yeah. Yeah. Most people get upset by looking at a graph that they should not be upset of because they don't know what they're looking at. This is why I see a lot of people, oh, I need to upgrade my computer because they see a graph go nuts once in a while. I'm like, can you still play your games while you're naked? Yeah. Can you still have all your Pornhub tabs open? Yeah. Do you notice any slowdown whatsoever on your system? No. Then you don't need to upgrade. But my graph bars, don't look at them. If the computer runs like you like it to run, you don't need to upgrade. All of those graphs is for when you come to me and say, my computer is running slow, I don't know what's going on. Then I go into those graphs and say, oh, you need more RAM, you need more CPU and stuff like that. That's what it's meant for. It's meant to diagnose. Oh, holy shit. Did you know that every time you boot up your program, you're also booting up a fucking mining program in the back end that's mining Pornhub coin every day? That is what it's meant to be for. So yeah, Task Manager is an IQ test, yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing. You will know when you need to upgrade. There's a really good test you can do. So if you're sitting, again, naked in front of your computer and you're like, oh, I have some spare money. And you're like, should I upgrade my CPU? Should I upgrade my RAM? Should I get a bigger hard drive? Should I probably get a graphic card? You know what the answer are to that? None of them. None of them. Because you don't need them. Because you're thinking, which one should I get? But if you have some spare money, like, oh, finally I can fucking upgrade my RAM. It's been a fucking pain in the ass the last 6 months. That's when you upgrade. Or, shit, my CPU is overheating or whatever. That's when you buy a new CPU cooler. If you're sitting and debating on what component that you need to change when you have spare money, that's when you don't need to spend those money because you don't need that. It could be nice to have, but I don't need kind of scenario. But if you're like, shit, yes, I got the bonus today. The boss recognized my massive manhood. I can finally get, the CPU I need or the RAM I need. And most people that don't know shit about computers, I'm sorry to say it, they think that, oh, it could be nice is a need. Because they look at Task Manager, they look at a graph here and there, or they hear about someone saying, oh my god, my system is so fucking much more faster with 128 gig of RAM or 24 gig of RAM, which is not. You know the benefit I got from going from 32 to 64 gig of RAM? You want to know the benefits I got? A little bit faster rendering in DaVinci Resolve. A tiny bit. That's all. My games run the same. Oh, well, my CPU overclocks a little bit better. I think it's a little bit better quality RAM. But anyway. It had no impact on my system whatsoever that I got 32 extra gig of RAM. Nothing. Other than video editing. That's it. Well, I can dedicate more RAM to my virtual machines now. So instead of giving them 8, I can give them 16 gig of RAM. When I set them up, I need to fucking find time to set up my virtual machines. But, that's where it starts to matter. Is for virtual machines. And rendering. But how many people do that? Almost nobody runs more than one virtual machine or need virtual machines with 16 gig of RAM. Almost nobody needs that. Like, this is just a luxus. This is just like me flaunting my money around, so to speak. Wasting money, basically. Like, my Windows don't run any better with 64 versus 32. And my, you know what happened with my RAM usage on idle? It's still hovering around 40-45%. Just as it did with 32 gigs of RAM. So apparently something is wrong with my system. I need 164 gigs of RAM. And you know what would happen? It will then still idling about 40-45% of RAM. Because that's what it's designed to do. Heck, at this point I'm probably running Linux or Windows directly from RAM. Or I could anyway if I wanted to. I could set it up so when I boot up my computer, it loads Windows directly into RAM and run it off RAM. Or I can do that with Windows. Oh, sorry, not Windows, Linux. A lot of people. Here's another example. For 4 years, the main developer at work was working on a 4th gen i5 with 8 gig of RAM. Building enterprise software. For 4 fucking years. How many tech people have you heard on YouTube? Oh, 8 gig is useless, and if you're a developer or blah blah, you need a lot of fucking more RAM. 8 gig of RAM and an i5 4th gen for 4 years building enterprise fucking software. There needs. I could make so many videos about how clueless a lot of people are on the internet that it's not even funny. But it will make me out to be this arrogant motherfucker that thinks he knows everything, so I don't like making them. But you get what I'm coming at. Yeah, I have seen people do the loading Windows and Linux into memory on boot. There are people doing that also. But those are just crazy ass idiots, man. You know, like, yeah, AutoCAD use a lot of RAM. That will, yeah. Also, I need my printer expert. I have printer issues. Or I had printer issues that I fixed in a weird way that I don't know why the fuck Mac OS is that weird. But yeah. AGPUs are really good for mini PCs, yeah. So the only reason I upgraded my personal development lab to 32 gigs of RAM is because of Visual Studio. It's a memory hog. And at work, I kind of want to ask if I can get that upgrade to 32 gigs also, because it's a 16 gig, and it's... Every time I do Visual Studio kind of thing, it starts to sometimes get a little bit slow when I'm having more than one instance of Visual Studio running somewhat big programs that I'm testing out, or even just medium or small programs. It starts to fuck up some, or be not slow, but it starts to be... It shows its teeth. Well, they do, Dylan, but you can make it so you run 100% off RAM. But yeah, it's just funny how... Well, it just shows... When I see that comparison with Windows versus Linux and RAM usage, that tells me that I should never listen to anything tech-related that YouTuber has to say, because they don't understand the basics of that kernels are designed differently, apparently. And it kind of goes into the same kind of thing with, like, Mac versus, you know, traditional computers with the way they handle memory, because it's sorted onto the SoC, which give it better bandwidth and so on and so on. So that also means that technically you should be using less RAM for the same work task, but it's not to the degree where 8 is the same as 16 gig on Windows. It would probably be like 12 gig on Apple, maybe 16 gig on Intel, or maybe 14 gig of Apple RAM is the same as 16 on Windows. It's not like you're getting like a 50% performance increase, but you are getting an increase. Another thing people don't understand is like they just, when they plug in their graphic card, nobody really thinks about why it's always in the lane closest to the CPU. They don't understand why that is. But there's a really good reason for that. The same with RAM. Why is RAM not on the back of the fucking motherboard or down in the corner or something like that? Same reason. Why you put in your graphic card in your topmost PCI lane. And why it's designed to be the fastest PCI lane. Like that. If you understand a little bit more than average about computer components, you'll realize how a lot of, and even big YouTubers don't really know much about hardware other than how to test it. You know, how to test how much RAM it's RAM or what it is using, or exactly latency. It's also why the NVMe closer to the CPU typically is the fastest. And that's when you go in and you see like the difference between a gamer's Nexus and someone just, oh, this graphic card gives you 5 more FPSs in a game. I don't know how or why, but it does. But yeah, there's a lot of people, and again, I have nothing against those people. Like they are free to make as much money and be as popular as they want to. But it's not people I would go to advice for advanced computer shit. I will look at their benchmarks as a buying decision kind of thing. And that's it. But a lot of those people also think that they are fucking computer experts. And all it takes is just reading a little bit about the fucking systems that you're using to understand this. You don't need to be like a PhD in anything to understand. It's so easily obtainable. And it's so easily understandable. You just have to apply yourself. And you can learn about this on Linux, Windows, Mac OS. You don't need... Linux don't... This is another thing I love. Oh, Linux teaches you about hardware. No, it don't. Linux teaches you about software. No, it don't. It don't. If you think it does, that means that you know nothing about computers. And in that case, any OS will teach you about anything with computers. I will go so far and say you actually need to be more computer savvy to know how to tinker with Mac OS and Windows, because they are actively trying to hide it from you. Linux is putting it in your face. But for you to do clever shit in macOS and Windows, you need to know how, where, and when. And most don't. And that's why they say that Windows and macOS is less customizable than Linux, or manageable than Linux. No, it's not. Yes, you can get different desktop environments, and you can customize desktop environments on Linux. You can't do that on Mac. Well, you can kind on Mac and kind on Windows. But anything else you can do on Linux, you can do 99% of the same thing with Mac OS and Linux. Or Windows, Mac OS and Windows. The only difference is that it's so hidden, or it's so complicated to do it, that only professionals know how to do it. And that's by design, so the average user don't go in there and fuck it up. Which is another thing that people forget, is that if you help people with computer repairs, 99% of computer repairs is self-inflicted problems that the end user is inflicting on themselves. Of all the people I help with Linux problems, 99% of the reason why they have a problem is because they saw a config file and they swing their big dick into that config file and they fucked something up they didn't know what they did with. And now I have to fix it for them. The OSs of themselves nowadays is almost never the reason for people having problems. Sometimes they are, but not a lot of times. It's people think they're smarter than they are and fuck it up. When I was a mechanic, most of the non-standard repairs we did was because someone thought they knew better. I can do it at home. Give me a bit and a wrench. And then it became way more expensive because not only did they not do it right, they fucked shit ton of other things up. Most people's problems with tech and cars is tech, in my opinion. Tech mechanics is people that think they are smarter than they are. If you do that this is a learning, I'm doing this to learn, or this is a VM I run just to fuck around and see what happens, that's a totally different fucking thing. Or this is an old car that can't drive anymore, I'm just taking it apart and putting it back together to see if I can. Totally fucking different fucking scenario. You know. Yeah, you have to become like a detective and interrogate the end user. So, what did you do? How much coffee did you have? Did you sniff coke while you were out on the fucking toilet? Did you fucking Amy from accounting again and her husband got upset? What happened with your computer? And most of the time they don't even know what the fuck they did because they don't pay attention, because most people, they work a job they don't like, they don't want to be in, so they don't use their fucking brain when they're at work. So they are like, oh, I was sitting and daydreaming about fucking Joe from maintenance and having his big cock in my mouth. So you didn't look at the screen? No. And that's why, babies, we need telemetry. That's why we need telemetry. Sadly enough. Because people don't pay attention. And I don't really fault them. Like, if you're working a mediocre job, you know, you're just doing it to survive, all your dreams went out the shitter, you know, you have a terrible fucking relationship. You know, yeah, I get it, man. I get it. Well, yeah. You can have more than one web browser open. That's, you know, depending on how they're designed, yeah. Or they want to use a feature that will mess up their system, yeah. But yeah, it's technology is a fun thing, man. Oh, if an app doesn't support it, well, then you can't. Or at least you have to do it in a clever way. Like, there's always possibilities. You know, like, there's always possibilities. Like, if you know how to if you know how to bend the system into doing what you want, you can make it do anything. But that could also mean that you have to recompile the kernel with specific patches or something like that. And that means you have to have access to the source code, which you probably can't get. Or at least not legally. I don't even know, is the Windows source code out there illegally? Like the kernel? But yeah, I never like to say nothing is impossible, because you can, if you're clever enough, you can find a way, but at one point you get into the whole scenario of, is it worth the hassle? Like, is it worth the hassle? And if the OS or app don't support it easily, it's not worth the hassle. But there's always a way. It's just like, is it needed? Is it beneficial and cost efficient and all those fucking things? That's what you should ask yourself first. I don't think Windows 95's kernel is out. Oh, a guy leaked it. Oh. Oh, he went to jail. Nice. '95. Holy fuck. That was a system. And thanks, Scoopy Shuffle. Let's see if it gets popped up with the boss man. Sysadmins, Linux Windows hybrid domain, and I run into a lot of those people, especially gamers. I had an argument with this YouTuber who claimed the game latency was caused by netcode. Was it DSP? Like, what are you specifically talking about? Because I'm a little bit confused. Latency? Like the latency with hardware, or? Oh yeah, I think that's what you are. Yeah. It was caused by netcode. Oh, gotcha. I think I get you. But yeah, thanks again. Oh, Elden Ring. Oh yeah. I think you can contribute to the vector code base if you've seen the leaked. Yeah, Arc Sharp. That's right. That's contamination of the code. They don't allow that. But yeah, thanks for the dono. I'll see if the it's always so fucking slow on YouTube with popping up, but I will see if the boss. Also, should the boss should disappear? Why is the Steam boss up all the time? Can I reset this thingy? I need someone that's more into streaming than I am. Reset Steam boss. There you go. Something happened. Let's see if you pop up at some point. Yeah, yeah. Latency is a weird fucking thing. And you can also, you know, like just like your mouse. I was just holding my mouse up towards the camera and knows it's not on. But, you know, latency with your mouse can be a thing. You know. That can be a thing. You may think you have latency, but it's the connection with your mouse, the pull rate or something like that make you feel like you have latency. It is really a weird fucking thing, man. Why is my alerts not working? Oh, I need to get Streamlabs like up and running first. It may pop up at some point. Can I test? Oh, that's working. That's working. The membership didn't get up either. I may need to restart this one also. I can't even restart it. So this is a layout it remembered from way back in the day. I made like a year or so ago. But it remembered because you have a profile with Streamlabs, but apparently it's being weird. Blah. Oh, I can stream to TikTok. Holy shit. There you go. I just did it again. But why are you not coming up on the boss battle? So this. What is you doing? Oh, god damn it. Are you written in Rust? Yeah, maybe. Hey, Bob Dobbs. I don't know why the Steam, because I think the Steam boss should like auto hide also. Holy shit! Thank you, man. Oh, there you go. Yeah, thanks a lot, man. Um, I also work with primary Red Hat Linux. I've been dabbling with Windows Server a little bit. Oh, I do like SUSE. Yeah. So I'm dating myself here a little bit, but one of my first ever distributions with Linux was actually SUSE, back when we only had SUSE before it was Enterprise SUSE Enterprise Linux, and they did the whole open SUSE kind of thing. I started out with Red Hat back in the 90s, and then I moved over to Mandrake and SUSE, and SUSE was the one SUSE is probably the distribution I've used the longest. Like, over my Linux use career. And SUSE is kinda it's kinda like Red Hat. It's known for the same thing as Red Hat. It's just more of a oh god damn it. Think about it as a European version of Red Hat. So over here in Europe, where Red Hat would be used a lot of time, they would be using SUSE instead. I think it's the 49ers are using SUSE, but they are used a lot for it's German, but it's still, you know, it's a Germany is part of Europe, therefore it's a European company. And they also are an international company. They have offices all around the world. And I think most is just used for the same stuff as Red Hat is, and they're competing with Red Hat. You know, storage, containers, monitoring, virtualization. They bought was it Kubernetes they bought or something like that? They bought like a container technology not long ago, a few years ago. I can't remember. They've changed owners so many times now. No, it's not virtualware. That's no. That's not the one I'm thinking about. They bought a container technology. Hey George. So this is the one having them right now. So it's apparently it's privately owned now. Norval used to own them, like Norval Networks back in the day, and Microsoft owned them back then. Yeah, firewalls, keypads, yeah, or Cockpit. Is it Cockpit? No, that's not Cockpit. It was, what the fuck did they buy? Because they have a super interesting story. So in 2003, Novell bought them up, or Novell. And then they got under Microsoft management in 2006. Then the attachment group took over in 2010. And they got bought by Rancher Lab in 2020, which provide a Kubernetes management platform. That's what the one I was thinking about. And they went public in 2021. That could be right for Red Hat, yeah. I kind of want to install OpenSUSE now. Yeah, they've been thrown around like a $2, you know what? Because the shareholders is what makes the money. So, if you want companies to not be in cahoots so much with the shareholders, you become their primary mean of money. So that means that you have to donate a lot of money, or the collective, the user collective, has to donate a lot of money to OpenSUSE. Most Linux users don't want to do that. They just want free shit, to be honest. Yeah, it was OpenSUSE was originally a fork of Slackware. Yes, that's correctly, yeah. People don't, like the end user don't understand how much money it takes just from an infrastructure alone to run a distribution. And if you are not paying for that, they have to find someone that will. And the people that are paying will be the people in power. So, or you can pay with your data that gets sold, like what Google or Alphabet is doing, and all these other things. Yeah. You know, I like how people like to say that, oh, they don't like companies are in the hands of shareholders, but they don't want to then pay for the service that they're getting. Well, that's kind of like, either you are the product, or you are sucking off someone else's teeth or titties, you know. You like, I have a video where I looked into the financials of the Linux Foundation that are employing Linus Torvalds and the development of the Linux kernel. Only 2% of their money a year is going to supporting the Linux kernel. 2%. Everything else with FOSS and Linux is being spent on corporate America, or the corporate world. Almost nothing is being spent on desktop Linux. Almost nothing. And if you look at a lot of your big FOSS software and who the biggest contributors are and stuff like that, it's either multi-million, billion-dollar companies or developers working for multi-billion-dollar companies. Linux cannot exist without shareholders. Linux cannot exist without Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, Huawei, Tencent. That is like the biggest contributor, both code and money-wise, to Linux. Because someone has to pay for all of this. Someone has to pay developers to work on all of this. The end user is not going to do it. Or at least that's what they have shown. And the end user is not willing to pay money for a Linux distribution. Which has also been shown. That most people don't want to do that. You know. And if you don't want to help out or pay or donate, you either become the product or they go elsewhere. And then those people that actually give them the money so they can sustain themselves become the ones in charge. Because a project like GNOME, KDE, VLC, or OpenSUSE, or SUSE, and blah, 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 blah. Their main purpose is to stay alive, to be self-sufficient. They don't give much fucks about you and me. When it comes down to it, their main goal, even non-profit or for-profit, is to stay alive. Because for non-profit companies still have people employed that need money. Who is giving them that money? Big corporations or donators and stuff like that. So the people that are being paid to work for a project, it's in their best interest to make sure they have a job in the next 2 or 3 years. So they're doing everything they can to keep that project alive. And that means getting money where they can get money, you know. And that's the world we live in. And I find it kind of sad that people don't understand that to some degree, because as much as you think you are giving massive corporate world and the proprietary world a middle finger when you're using Linux and FOSS, they are the reason why you can use Linux and FOSS in most instances, because they are the one either developing or paying for you to be able to do so. And you're not like giving them once over by, I'm making them pay. No. They also are using you. They are using you as a tester. They are using you as a statistic. They are using you to see, hey, look how much you people are using our products that we are sponsoring, or we are part of, or we are making money on in the corporate world. This is a no-win situation in any case. Sad enough. Microsoft is no more, or Samsung, or Nvidia, and Meta is no more obsessed with making the shareholders happy than the Linux Foundation are. Any non-profit organization with shareholders or board of directors act exactly the same way as Microsoft, Oracle, Samsung, Nvidia, Meta. They are just not that much in the news, because not so many people want to talk about it, especially when it comes to Linux. Why I am here. Didn't some consecrated site to be cancelled because when the Red Hat stuff happened recently, they called users mochas? Holy fuck, what? George? Tell me more. Is it normal I still think about Windows even if I'm happy on Linux? No, it's not. The only thing that bugs me is kernel anti-cheat games. If Windows give you more of what you need, you should be using Windows. I love Linux. I tolerate Windows. But I cannot do everything I want to do on Linux. So therefore I use Windows. It is in the community's fault. So anti-cheat on Linux, it's not the community's fault, and it's not the corporation's fault. When or if there becomes more gamers on Linux, the companies will see it as a good justification for making anti-cheat work on the kernel level. Or until someone develop another way of doing it. The fact is that there's just not enough gamers on Linux yet, let's use that word, or now, that a lot of companies can justify the investment and money it takes to make that work under Linux. So it's like, either we need more gamers, well, that's probably what we need. We need more gamers so the companies can justify doing it, or the community make it work. Well, there's exploiters on Windows, and yeah, so, you know. Linux is good for old computers, yeah. Yeah, like, the day I can do the exact same things with the same efficiency and as stable, as good on Linux with the programs I use and the workflow I use, I will go back to Linux. I just live in a world right now where I need Windows. And it's not because I specifically want that. I'd rather live in a world where I need Mac OS than Windows. Yeah, but not everyone is running. Like, my computer is not an embedded system, so that is useless for desktop users. That's the most useless statistic you can throw at a desktop user, because I'm not running an embedded system. Josh, who did that? Yeah, Linux allowed itself to be exploited. Yeah, exactly. But who did it? Because they are not wrong. I honestly believe that most Linux users use Linux and for software because they don't have to pay for it. They don't really care about all the things we're talking about right now. Tiny 11. Oh, yeah, run that. Yeah. Yeah, Bob. Yeah, they did treat it as a football team. Exactly. Yeah. Or broke. Well, yeah. Plenty of server-related work circles around Linux. That would be great if my desktop computer was a server. It's not. So again, a useless argument for desktop Linux. It's a good argument for server Linux. Well, it's to be part of a tribe command. What? You may not know it, but for Intel and by conjecture Linux. What? That makes no sense. It depends on what CPU line you're talking about. I use NT Lights all the time. NT Light is one of the best tools ever. There are more non-developers than there are computer users, and also my desktop is not only being used primarily as development station, therefore a bad argument for desktop Linux. You use Linux because you like it. You work there. I highly doubt that. All the Intel CPU lines are internally using the same Linux of pros. No, they're using Minix. Minix. Not Linux. Minix. You don't work for AMD. You don't work for Intel. There have been a big lawsuit about this. They are using Minix. You you have no idea what you're talking about. There you go. I think I think they I think they are still developing Minix. Stuff by Max Linux communities made things difficult for companies to port the software to Linux. True. By the attitude and treatment. True. Some Linux members said it wasn't worth it. True. So Rosemac has no, like, just ignore Rosemac. It's just a troll. Oh, okay, gotcha, George. I get what you're coming at then, yeah. Yeah, Rosemac has no idea what they're on about. It's just one of those wannabe. Where the fuck is the source code? Wait, it says here that they're using. Oh, it's compatible with NT. Do you know the history about Minix? Well, the latest snapshot was in 2016. I do. It was in my Red Hat L study guide. Oh yeah. A lot of computer engineers or software engineers learn about Minix. And thanks again for the dono. I think it's still active. I don't know if X11 is removed from RHEL 9. Yeah, there's compiling servers, yeah. Or VMs where you can compile to, yeah. Yeah, it's a microkernel fork of Unix 7, yeah. Oh, it's in limbo state. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so Tenenbaum and Torvalds had a massive debate about microkernel design versus monolithic kernel design that was super popular in the 90s. The Tenenbaum-Torvalds debate, where a lot of Red Hat employees and Oracle employees chimed in and stuff like that. It's I can't remember if that's how you spell it. So if you want a good read about two nerds going nuts, yeah, it predates the. Do you not understand that people that had lives before they worked at Red Hat? So that means the people that work at Red Hat now or then, or when Red Hat started, could still be part of the conversation. Bill Gates don't work for Microsoft anymore, but everyone associate him with Microsoft anyway, because that's what he's most known for working at. That's why when people say a lot of Red Hat people was part of this debate, mean people that worked or now work at Red Hat. I don't think any of them work at Red Hat anymore, but I don't know why the fuck I'm bothering. Yeah, Ken Thompson, then Switchy was in it also. Yep. Scooby Shuffle. I think Android went with Linux because they had more done for it. Like there were more work already done, so they had to do less work to get it up and running. You know. But yeah, we read that. We went through this in a live stream one time, and it's a lot of fucking. It comes with a lot of. There's a lot of. Here's Ken Thompson, by the way. Kevin Brown. It's a lot of egos. Linus Benedict Torvalds. It's just nerds, you know, duking it out over, you know, who is the smartest guy, basically. Oh, Steve Ballmer was a fun dude. Yeah, he he had some issues. Linux is obsolete. Developers. And I kind of agree with him to some point, because every operating system besides Linux has moved over to a hybrid kernel or microkernel. Linux and FreeBSD is the only one that is a monolithic kernel. macOS is a hybrid kernel, so that means that it also have a lot of what is it called? Microkernel built into it. Windows is a hybrid kernel, blah 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 blah. Your rants against GNU C-libs. Oh yeah, those are fun. Thanks again, man. That don't mean that they are the primarily target. So what CPU line? All of them, or the Xeon processors, the U series, the Core series? What are you talking about? Because I have a really hard time thinking that an account with no fucking real name and or avatar works from Intel. And your channel was, well, it was made in 2013, which gives you a little bit of credential, but not much. You're no longer there, so aka you don't know what the fuck you're talking about then. How long since you worked there? Because I can't remember when oh. Was it lawsuit? $2017. Again, just don't engage with Rose Mac. It's yeah. Here's an article about it. Oh, I think I already opened that one. Yeah. But I can see how Minix can be confused for Linux. This is from 2009. It must be the microcontroller running Minix then. So apparently they've done this all the way since 2009. Is he a Pole? Hey, I actually work with a lot of Poles and they're actually amazing people, so be nice. Yeah, the first build of Linux was a modification of Minix, yeah. Yeah, QNX is a super popular microkernel in hospital equipment and aviation and cars and stuff like that. You agree, we are brothers. I know Polish. But it's like Kuba, 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 Kulva, Kulva, Kuba. What the fuck? What is that fucking swear word you guys say all the time? Kulva, Kuba. What the fuck is it? Kuba. There you go. Hey, thanks again, Scooby Shuffle. Kurva, yeah. I have some funny Instagram stories about that, because apparently after the Polish people I work with, I got a lot of fucking recommendations for Polish memes and stuff like that. So I get like bombarded with it on Instagram now. Well, it is a swear word, yeah. Yeah. So I was talking to the devs, I'm like, we need like a company t-shirt that says Kuva on it, or Kuva, how the fuck you pronounce, I can't remember now. Because most people, we should call our software that. Because most people not understand what the fuck it is. It could be so funny. It could be so funny. It don't mean, no, it don't mean prostitute, no. It probably can, but it's just a generic swear word like fuck or shit and stuff like that. Like I said, I work with like primarily Polish people, so I get exposed to a lot of Polish and explained a lot of Polish. It don't only means a prostitute. No. No. You will, again, I don't know why I'm engaging with you, because you clearly don't. Yeah, what? Oh, goddamn. So you're telling me that all of the Polish people I'm working with that comes from Poland, have lived their whole life in Poland, are wrong? I am sure a random person with no avatar on the internet is more right than 10 people. I'm just ignorant? Sure. Of course I am. I believe real life people I can go and talk to over someone on the internet. So you're telling me that that students coming and people that have lived their whole life in Poland are bullshitting me? Mm-hmm. When they also are using that word when they're describing something that has nothing to do with prostitutes. Makes so much sense. You do know that you can understand a lot about language by looking at context. When did they do this, by the way? 2002, so a year after. When did the Linux kernel get released? Was it in 2003 or 2002? Oh god, you're just digging your hole so much fucking deeper. Is that dig? Yeah, exactly. Command. That's what I'm trying to explain. It can mean it, but it don't mean it. It's like a generic swear word that they use for a lot of things. Oh, goddamn. Oh, like I said, they use it as, when we say fuck, they use it, shit, crazy, as a interpreting of something being crazy and stuff like that. Why is it not telling me the initial release date? (2001). What the fuck am I saying? 1991. So a year after that, they had the Tannenbaum debate. I think you can. Yeah. Yeah. You want to hear something even more crazy? Linux was meant... Actually, Linux was proprietary to begin with. Then he wanted to use the BSD license. But then there was some issues with BSD and stuff like that in a lawsuit, so they went with the TPL. Actually, I think the proprietary license was called FOC or something like that. The FOC license. Linguistic lesson, yeah. Well, FreeBSD is better than Linux, so... Wait. Yeah, Benny. Yeah, FreeBSD is not like it don't have the development power that Linux have behind it. Mostly because of that lawsuit in the early 90s. Or was it late 80s, early 90s? Thereabouts. But it is more robust there. The power to serve, yeah. It is like if you're looking at like storage file servers, BSD is have the best technology. That's kind of it's you know what it's known for. File servers. I used to main BSD many. But I used to use it as a desktop like many years ago. Heck, holy fuck. Was it in the tens or knots? I can't even remember. Thanks again, man. You're going nuts with your donations. Thanks so much. I don't mind managing either Windows or Red Hat. I prefer Linux for task service management and Windows for... That's kind of where if I had to do your job, I would probably fall into the same thing. Active Directory is super good. And Windows Entra and all of those things are just amazing. For management roles and stuff like that. You're a fucking boss, man. Thank you a lot. Now I can get my graphic card. That I don't need. But yeah. I always like, if you need a web server, if you need a storage server, Linux is the go-to guy, man. Yeah, Microsoft Enterprise solutions are amazing. They really are. But they are so expensive. They are so expensive. I do think a lot of Linux users know about FreeBSD because it's been talked a lot about in the same nature of Linux. Um, yeah, Dylan, yeah. It's... So... For a basic SQL server with almost no traffic on it, we had to pay $1,500 a month. And we were like, fuck you, no. So we went with Superbase instead for and used PostSQL. Because we don't want, and this is per month. Because we did the whole free shit for a year, and it was just amazing. For some reason, our databases are all Windows. Like, if you use Azure SQL or MySQL on Azure, it's super fucking easy and convenient. But again, expensive. And we were like, yeah, we can't afford... Well, they probably could afford it, but it's not justifiable to spending like 15-ish $100 a month just to run a small, little, insignificant database. So we went over to Superbase, which is amazing. I don't know if any of you guys and girls have know about that, but it's one of the students showed me this. Like, I can highly recommend this. But that meant that our project got set back like 3 months. But hey. Yeah, Microsoft, they want you. They want a good penny for their stuff. But here's the thing: Microsoft also, like, when you think about it, their target audience is like big businesses, and for big businesses, that's like peanuts. You know, like 10K a month is like peanuts for like Oracle size businesses and stuff like that. And those are the ones that they are targeting. But they're luring people in with that free subscription for like a year. Then they hide all the hidden cost underneath a lot of bullshit. The only thing with these people here is that if you are inactive in a few days, it will pause your database. So you have to go in and reactivate it. But their pricing is super inexpensive, man. Like, we are using the free tier right now, and it's just running amazing. First of all, it is nothing, and they can avoid it if they want to. Like, if you make like $1 million a fucking month, 10K is nothing. And those are the companies that sure want your Microsoft target. But they are really good at sending updates and stuff like that, these peeps here. True, George, so true. Microsoft makes, holy shit, $320 million per minute. That's not like, that's not that small amount of money. That's kind of big. It is the biggest software company in the world, so... Doop, 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 doop. Right? These make me like think about what is it called? Dusting phones. They have kind of the same look and feel. Do you turn off your phone when inserting, removing a SIM card? I don't, but you probably should. You know, like it's probably a good idea, but I don't do it. But you probably should, yeah. It will not hurt if you did it. Let me put it that way. But it could probably hurt if you did it the other way. Yeah, I have not heard anyone having problems with it, but like, you know, better safe than sorry, I guess. You did it and SIM card didn't load. That could be like the OS that needs to recache, and then you need to reboot. Real-time chat with your own AI bot. Oh yeah, AI code editors, of course. Yeah, again, I haven't heard like I've owned mobile phones since the 90s, and I can't remember any instruction that told me to do it. Oh, don't get me started on vibe coding. No, 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 no. Like, let me put it this way: if a oh god, no, 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 no. There are so many project managers that are going nuts over how bad vibe coding is because a lot of people just don't want to work anymore. It's allergic to Windows. Did you pee in it? It could just be that you need you may just need like a driver for some components that are acting up. One of my laptops are super fucking weird with Windows. So it don't have like a Ethernet cable, but Wi-Fi don't work out of the box with Windows because it's using a specific Wi-Fi module. So you have to install Windows, and then either with a dongle connect to the Ethernet or download the Wi-Fi driver on a USB stick, and then install the Wi-Fi driver. Then you can then do your whole Windows spiel. Hiring managers versus people into their craft to be managers. He said, professors and managers were mostly clueless. Like a lot of educations ruin people. I can't. I can't tell you how many times I have seen an educated people, a person, getting outsmarted and outdone by a non-educated person. Especially in tech and development and stuff like that. Because schools are teaching you so many philosophies and get you drilled in to do one thing and not think outside the box and blah, 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 blah. And then some fucking random idiot that learned it by doing while they're debating on, waterfall versus agile, scrum teams and scrum meetings, and then before they even start the first upstart meeting or sprint, the hacker or the cowboy or what you will call it have already made the fucking program. I see that so fucking much. I see it so much. Uh, yeah, exactly, George. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, trial and error is like that's actually how people retain information better if they fix a trial or fix an error that by hand and by themselves. But it's also the slowest way of learning. Funny enough. Yeah, reset the EFI in the BIOS, or maybe disable secure boot. Maybe the Windows version you have don't support secure boot. You can get Windows 11 without supporting secure boot. Yeah. That's what you do when you go on to college or what. You learn a thing and then you just have to repeat that at a test, and then you on to the next thing. You don't really like. You learn, but you don't really you don't really put it into actions. You don't really retain it because you don't use it. It's like the right way of saying it, I think. Yeah, Ubuntu do a lot of fiddling to make more hardware workable. Yeah, everyone makes mistakes, exactly, yeah. College is the same. The whole education system is built up around one thing. Get a person into the field they want to work in as fast as possible to become a worker for someone else, a drone. That is what the whole education system in every country on earth is built up around. It's how fast can a person populate a work order, basically. So employer has need a worker. How fast can we get someone from nothing in there? You are not taught a lot about outside the box thinking. You're not taught a lot about entrepreneurship and stuff like that. Jinx, just go talk to the people in my Discord. They can help you out. I don't provide support. You just provide support in here in chat. Holy fuck, how arrogant can you be? But yeah, Jinx, go on to my Discord. There's probably, well, not hundreds, but there's probably a few people in there that will help you out. Just say that I ask if they can help you. I can go and ask for you. Are you in my Discord? Is that you with the cat? Oh, I love cats. Yeah, education's more about teachers. See if anyone is awake. Where's Lamer? Lamer, he's love doing this shit. Where's my cult leader? No, Vader has not won yet. Not by a mile, no. Just install Linux. Yeah, Temple OS. Yep, go for that. I have a co-worker. She shows me cat pictures all the fucking time. When at work, when we have a break. I like cat pictures. Yeah, Wayland just came out of re-release a few. You would be that co-worker. You could be that Discord user then. Yeah, she works at a cat shelter, so she takes care of cats 1 week, 1 day a week. So she takes a lot of pictures of them. Um. Uh. My other laptop is running Windows game development. Nice. Oh, gotcha. Yep. X11 is fucking old, man. Every programmer love cats. That's the thing. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know what to tell you. And actually, I know one developer that don't like cats. He don't like any animals, I think. I'm not even a coder. No, I'm a mechanic. I'm just a mechanic that happens to do those jobs. But I'm by trade, I'm a mechanic. I do prefer dogs, but I love cats. Yeah. They Red Hat kind of have to, you know. Yeah, fixing cars. Yeah, I'm educated car mechanic. Yeah. Hmm. By the way, excuse my bad spelling, Jinx. But yeah, try and do what I said. Format it to 32-bit. Or FAT32, because you could have some bad sectors, or you could have like a bad boot flag or something like that. For some fucking reason, Linux allows bad hardware more than Windows does. I like that cat. So I've had issues where this was a RAM module. Windows would not boot with that RAM module. At all. Nada. Nope. Linux, I don't give a fuck. I will boot into it, and it ran okay. Until I did a RAM test both on Windows and Linux, and it told me that the RAM was faulty. Yeah, Linux just allow, I guess, more shitty hardware. I don't know. PowerShell is amazing, dude. Yeah, PowerShell is good. Bash is not. I'm going to. People are going to hate me. Bash is like. It's not that fucking good. it really is not. It does the job. It's cool and all. But. It's nothing like. PowerShell is way better. I'm just putting it out there. Bash is good and good. The thing with Bash is that it kind of falls under the same problem a little bit like JavaScripting. That I see Linux developers, okay? Linux developers making whole fucking programs in Bash because it supports UI elements. I've seen people making front-end apps for package management in Bash. And it's awful. But it's super simple to learn. You know? No, Android is way more than Java stacked on top of the kernel. That's like saying that a layer cake is just eggs with cream on top of it. You know? That goes so much more into Android. Android is... God damn it. There's almost no Linux code in the Android kernel when it comes to the phone. When it comes out on a phone. There are probably more non-Linux code than there is Linux code. Oh, good old G-Parted. G-Parted have helped my life a lot of times. Scooby Shuffle, yeah, that too also, yeah. No, Android is an OS. So here's how you should look at Android, and this is coming out from the documentation of Android themselves. Android is not Linux. The Google developers themselves say Android is not Linux. It's a fork of Linux. And even in the documentations, they say when the kernel, Android kernel, is reaching Samsung and they've done all their bits and bobs to it, I can't remember the number, but they say that maybe as little as, I think it's like 20 to 10% of Linux, pure Linux code left. So if you have a Samsung, there is probably only like 10 to 20% pure Linux kernel code left. All of the rest is modified and blah 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 and all that fucking shit. I have videos about this on my channel where we look over the documentations, we look over how it's being designed and stuff like that. They are going to try and fix that with the new initiative called the generic Android kernel or something like that. But it's up to the other developers, the other manufacturers to use it if they want to so much. But yeah, there's a massive misconceptions of what Android actually is. Yeah, I will be surprised if the current Android is almost no Linux left in it. Like if you take the whole kernel and userland and all that shit. Yeah, I have even though I use an iPhone, I also have an Android laying around for development purposes. $14 gigabytes? Thanks again. Oh, I heard something. Yeah, Android is a weird thing, man. You can make the same argument for Darwin OS X and Unix. Exactly. Oh yeah, they dropped GNU support. Yeah. Like 1 or 2% or 20% or 10% is still a lot of code. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but Google themselves say that at some point, not at some point, but depending on who is using the kernel, there will a lot of cases be more non-Linux Linux code than Linux code in the kernel. Darwin is still around and kicking. You can still download it if you want to. Hey, Balcony. No, calling them all Android phones are not... No, I would still say that's okay. But calling Android Linux is not good, yeah. Oh, Apple server. Oh, God, yeah. There are still people buying them and using them. They were actually super good. I never on my myself had one, but... Hmm. Pure diving is still main. I can't remember what the fuck. I think it's just called Darwin. Like Apple is contributing a lot to open source. Um, what keyboard? I use a Chinese keyboard that has blue switches in them. Just stock standard MX Blues. I do prefer looped. I don't know why that makes me giggle, but I do prefer looped browns. Sounds dirty and super fucking weird to say that, but that's what I prefer. But I just like the clickiness, if that makes sense, of blue. So I like them a little bit more for just typing. Thanks again, Scooby Shuffle or Shuffle Shuffle. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Apparently, the Apple Intelligence server don't run on Apple's Silicon. No, they fucked up Apple Intelligence so bad. Yeah, there are a few non-GNU Linux distributions. Yeah. Oh, Apple is still heavily developing Darwin. Apple owns Quarks or what the fuck, or COPS, the printing server that most Linux distributions use. Because Linux users are weird. Soon Ubuntu will be GNU free. Oh, yeah. I would like that. Open Mandrake, yeah, I've used that quite a lot on and off just for testing. It takes me back to the old Mandrake days. Yeah, as little TNU, I would love that as much as I can. Like, yeah, I I I um I despise the Free Software Foundation. They have done a lot of great programs and stuff like that, but they are a weird company, or not company, organization. Oh yeah, Devon. Yeah. I heard about that. Oh, Mandrake was your first OS. I think it was my second or third. Oh yeah. Like Mandrake made you feel like you were fucking hacker genius. Yeah, so Mantriva is like, it was called Mandrake, then it was called Mantriva, then the direction of the company they didn't agree with, and they made Open Mantriva, and then some Russian company bought some or Russian uh, project morphed with another split off of Mantriva. It basically split into two. Open Mantriva and the other one, Rosa Test Mantriva. I can't remember what it was called. But it's split into two projects basically. Open Mantriva and then the other one with the Rosa desktop. Oh yeah, Red Hat. Yeah, I think I was about 11, 12 years old when... No, I can't even fucking remember how old I was when I installed Linux. But I was doing computer repairs when I was 10 years old and making money off that. Fixing computers, setting up networks for people, installing Linux on some of their computers. I had so many fucking... Like, had we had eBay and stuff like that when I was a kid, I would be a fucking rich kid, man. I would be making more money than my fucking mom did when I was 10 years old with all the because I just gave away my computer components. I had no idea how expensive they were. I would be fixing someone's computer and they would just give me the old parts and money. And I'd be, yeah, fine. Nobody really knew how expensive the shit was that they were giving me. Oh, SCO Linux? Yeah, don't... Red Hat gave you free support. Oh. Oh, Dragonfly. Nomad, yeah. Ghost also used Ghost BSD. Haiku, I love Haiku. It's just sad it don't get the same attention as a lot of other projects. Like BOS is my favorite OS of all time. So therefore Haiku OS is my favorite OS of all time. Or what keyboard do I use on my phones? Just the stock standard they come with. So on Samsung I use the Samsung, whatever it's called. On iOS I use the one that comes with iOS. Yeah, IRC servers. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yep. OpenBOS, Max, BOS Max. Oh. Yeah, when BOS defunct or went under, what you will call it, I ran BOS Max for a few years. Then what the fuck was it called? 7OS? ZenOS? The one where they got the code for BOS 6. Yeah, Mandrake Mantriva, Open Mantriva. That's how. What is BOS? It's a old OS from the early 2000s, late 90s. That was built from. It was basically built from the ground up to be. It almost became Mac OS. But yeah, it was done by an old Apple engineer. But it was fucking amazeballs, man. It did. So here's the thing. Can I go on a BOS rant for a bit here? The B files, what is it called? The B file system is basically what BTIFS is today. The B package system is basically what snap packages and flat packages are today. It did multi-threading, multi-CPU way better than Windows, Mac, or Linux at its time. This OS was so far ahead of its time that there are technologies to this day that still have not been replicated. Or it took 10, 15 years before other systems had the same capabilities as this OS had in the late 90s. It took Linux over a decade to keep up with this OS. It almost became Mac OS, exactly, yeah. But yeah, it was like oh. Yeah, next one because of Steve Jobs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For home users, I prefer ext4. For business users, I prefer BTIFS. I was just responding. Yep, Slackware. I main Slackware from 2003 to 4 or something like that. Yeah, I made Slackware, and then I ran it on and off. think I've heard the name, but I can't recall it. Hmm. Oh, the 90s was so fucking amazing for OSs, man. Hmm. Yeah, we had OS 2, Amiga, BOS, QNX, SkyOS, I think was that's the early 2000s. There's so many viable operating systems back then. Oh, this reminds me with the Thanks again. What OS does PlayStation actually use? FreeBSD or a version of FreeBSD that they're proprietary with? So it's a proprietary version of FreeBSD, and thanks so much for the donation again. Um, writing on a phone keyboard. Oh god. Windows Phone. Yay! Yeah, I think also the Switch uses FreeBSD. Yeah, yeah. Hey, welcome to the membership skis. Now you can watch all my previous live streams where I'm acting like a fool and ranting all day. Oh, PlayStation 4, yeah, god, man. Yeah, times fly, dude. Yeah, I had the PlayStation 3 and then I have the PlayStation 5. And I had the original PlayStation, the original Xbox. And then I have an Xbox Series S. The latest one. Yeah, Bash is great for admin and automation. That it's good for that. Yeah, I regret to do the same. Yeah, and I I took apart my my original Xbox. I wish I didn't do that. I think the I think the what the fuck was it? The hard drive or the disk drive or the DVD drive failed on it. Yeah, I use PowerShell every day. Yeah, I do know about FireShip. Yeah, I use PowerShell every day. Uh, I don't know, like average. I think I don't want to watch him. It's just not my cup of tea. I don't know. Yeah, Bash is hard to turn off because it's so straightforward. Yeah, PowerShell is super fucking. Yeah, he's yeah, I don't know, like. I'm trying not to, being too honest. I don't know how to explain it. Exactly, Scooby Shuffle. Yeah, the 100-second guy. Yeah. There is a lot of biases going into what he's doing, and it's clouding his opinions. Or Python and Bash. Ooh. And that distributions businesses in the most distributions are not businesses because it's so here's the thing with Linux distributions, a little rant again. Most distributions are just someone changing a wallpaper or you know changing a theme and calling it a distribution. So I would not call them businesses. However, the distributions that are businesses tends to be the ones having the most level-headed communities for the most part. Arch Linux is not a business. A 100-second video that's over 10 minutes long. Holy crap, SS, that's a lot of money to Arch. Holy shit. Yeah, Arch is really good. Yeah, Arch has the best documentation. Arch and Gentoo has the best documentation. I just remember to install Network Manager. That's probably a good thing, yeah. Arch is a fun thing to do. Like, Arch is a good exercise in, do I understand technical English? Can I follow instructions? Can I comprehend what is being told to me via text? Because that's all it takes to install Arch Linux. The capabilities of reading and understanding technical English. And then that you have the dedication, I will say, to follow the instructions and not go off the path or think you know more than they, and you're actually following the instructions. It's like baking a cake. Mm-hmm. I like using Arch sometimes just for the, if put it on a VM and just like please fuck up kind of scenario, so I have something to fix just for fun. But I would not want it as my primarily OS. Also, there is massive security problems with the AUR. Yeah, most of Arch's problem is with the AUR, yeah. Yeah, Brian Lunduk has fallen so far down the rabbit hole. He used to be a decent guy, but I don't know what the fuck happened to him. macOS is amazing, man. Most people who use Linux never aim to acquire certifications. I will agree with that. And most of the stuff that is done for Linux distributions, like especially community-driven Linux distributions, are done by people that know just enough to do what they need to do. So they basically hack together a lot of solutions without actually thinking about security, reusability, expandability, and so on and so on. It's all made up with band-aids and tricks, wires, and stuff like that. So gaffer tapes and ropes, basically. I think Lunduk has gone down the radical route, in my opinion, yeah. What CPU do you need for virtual machines to not feel laggy? Are you running your virtual machines off a SSD or a spinning hard drive? Because if you're running them off a spinning hard drive, that could be it, man. You made hundreds of thousands monthly running ads. Did you do uh crypto mining? Yeah, I don't like watching Chris Titus. He's just rubbed me the wrong way. It was some sort of tragedy in his life. That's sad to hear, though. That's sad. And here's the thing, Dylan. If that's the case, Chris Titus Tech would not have made that video. That's so personal. Then you just say that they, just don't comment on it. That you don't air people's laundry like that, even if you don't agree with them. Oh, you mean you made SAS come? Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. Sorry. You had your own company, or was it just something you did on the side? Yeah, I know CUDA was really weird for a lot of distributions. Oh, you had your own. Oh, nice. Yeah, he. I would not call it radicalism, but he is going down the more extreme path to some degree. Like, yeah, Cody, I'm still live. I'm doing some tech support on the side on the Discord if you want to chime in there. If you have time. Yeah, like it just like. Hey, thanks for the remember thingy. He like I never liked him, but I could tolerate him. Now it's more of the thing of, or the nature of where how the fuck can I explain it? It's hard to explain. It's like Linux didn't work out the way he thought it would, kind of thing. And now he's lost. And he's looking for the next thing. Like he's looking to fill the void with the thing Linux filled. And because a lot of Linux users are easily somewhat radical, you know, it would not be far-fetched for him to go down on another radical route. If you get what I'm coming at here. Because he had a point where he was debating the whole Linux alliance, the Linux allegiance kind of thing. And that was after that, he ended up doing a lot of the stuff that he's doing now. Please step into the Linux community. Not my communities. God damn it. Yeah, I'm also talking a little bit to Discord on the side. Sorry. That the news on port on it. Yeah, he should. I'm sorry, he should not have done that. Yeah, he should not have done that. He should not have done that. Yeah, you should not have showed the news report about something that personal. I know it's in the news, but it's still in really bad taste. And this is what I don't like about Chris Titus Tech, is that he's just not a nice guy. He does a lot of self-serving shit on the expense of others. You just don't do that, you know. You can say, hey, we all are speculating what's going on with London. He had a bad personal experience, and you leave it at that. You know. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people being sad riding bicycle, almost all of them. I want to floss every 40 plus year old transferring that code in HTML on her down the. Why? Don't do that. Trans women are amazing. Be nice to people. They're not done anything to you. You don't know if I'm a trans woman. You want to flush me down the toilet? Tell them to be nice to us. They are nice to you. Oh. See, here's the thing. This is a you problem. This is a you problem. I don't go to those places because I know people act like this. That's why I don't have a Reddit. I actually think I do have a Reddit account, but I rarely go on Reddit. I rarely go into forums that have anything to do with Linux because of these kind of people. You know, just stay out of those. Here's the thing. Tech forums, tech messaging boards, tech YouTube comments, stay out of them. Like, just stay the fuck out of them. They are filled. There's a lot of great people in there, but the majority of people in those places are no-life, terminally online people that just sit there to be idiots. Don't engage with any Linux community online. Just don't. They allow it because it gives them users. They allow it because they can say, hey, look how many people we have in our places, basically. That's not how they think, dude. That's not how they think. It becomes an echo chamber. And they rather have an echo chamber with no money than not being in an echo chamber where they are the kings and queens and have a lot of money. The PC Master Race is not more dumber than the Xbox Master Race. Yeah, the Linux community is fucked up, yeah. Oh, look who's back, the person that don't know anything. Ham Radio, Linux do have a community. So, if I have code issues, I look at articles. So, I Google or Bing the problem I have with I have that problem, and I use Stack Overflow, and then I use articles, Microsoft Learn, or the official documentation for whatever technology I have the problem with. I almost never go into forums, or YouTube comments, or Reddit. It's just filled with, yeah, you know what. Luke Smith is a weird dude, man. He yeah, he's a weird dude. He wanted people to leave their job if they were working in a proprietary company, because then they were not real FOSS people if they did that. I think you mean Valve, but I get what you're coming at. I have heard the same about the Steam Decks, yeah. Yeah, almost any tech forum is just, you know, a weird thing. Hmm. Hmm. Um. Console gaming was ahead of PC games for, yeah, sad enough. It just added a bunch of config files, yeah. Yeah, YouTube is implementing a lot of weird AI features. I don't mind chromium either. I'm not that. Is cosmic a conspiracy? No, it's a waste of money. At best, it's a waste of money. I hope it's not. I hope I'm wrong, but it. How many are talking about it now? You know, like again, it just seems to me like an excuse to make Gnome into Rust for the sake of converting Gnome into Rust. And for a company of their size, there are money more well spent in other places. Had it been Canonical, I could have seen them. Had it been Red Hat, I could have seen them do it. Had it been SUSE, I could have seen them do it. You know, is my monitor written in Rust? My left testicle is written in Rust. Edge is quite good, yeah. It's actually one of the. I think it's the fastest web browser nowadays. Well, they have made a business out of selling computers, so I would call that a success, I guess. Like, they have managed to stay alive for many years. So clearly they are, you know, not failing. But they are not the size of Canonical and stuff like that. So if that's the goal mark of success. I think System 76 is profitable. It is a profitable company. As far as I know, they are you know, they are in the not the reds, they are in the blacks. But I don't think they are making like millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. But it is a small company, you know, like they have a really small company that has a really niche business model, and it seems like they are succeeding or at least existing in it, and they've been around for many years. But I will not call them like a success like Canonical is a success. I would call them existing. That's why I say that for them doing Cosmic, someone else should have done it. Yes, the same could be said for Tuxedo Computers, and I will definitely agree with that, yeah. Available publicity, they are under weather. I don't know about the publicity. They've been dormant in the news for a while, I will give you that. Yeah, I don't like the framework laptops. Because they are replacing one problem with another. So they want you to upgrade your components in your laptop. That's cool and all. But what do I do when I upgrade the screen or I upgrade the motherboard? Do I sell it on eBay? There's a super high chance I'm never going to get that motherboard or screen resold or reused. So it's going on the dump. It's being thrown out. E-waste. Then I want to upgrade some other components. I can't reuse them or resell them. Going in the dump. At least with an old Lenovo, or an old HP, or an old Dell, or an old whatever the fuck you have, it's so much easier to resell a whole computer than a screen. Or you can give, your old computer to a family member than a screen. So I get the idea behind it. It kind of makes sense if everyone was running frameworks. Because then there will be a big market of reselling old screens, old whatever the fuck it is. And from what I see, how much they sell, that's not going to be the case. So we are going to get way more e-waste than having old computers that are being reused. Because I can't give a fucking framework motherboard or framework screen to a HP consumer. It's useless. I have to find another, what is it called? Another framework user that want the older version screen. Or I'm buying a totally new framework computer and then I'm giving my old framework computer to family members or reselling it. AKA doing the exact same thing as you would do with a Lenovo or HP and stuff like that. People don't want to physically upgrade components anymore. That day is over. They don't want to do that, but people do, and this is you can call it bad or good. We live in a use and throw away society, or use and resell society. Almost all of the hardware I buy for the company I work for is secondhand hardware. Almost all of it. Because that's what we need. We don't need the top of the line, newest and greatest. We can live with last gen or 2 or 3 gens old hardware. Laptops and whatever. We buy old, used stuff. That's the society we live in. If you want to be really, 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 really anal about this, what we really should be doing is that when we stop using our laptops, we should, because we have the money to buy new ones, we should take those laptops and give them to people that can't afford a laptop. Third world countries, people in need and stuff like that. And then we get new ones. When we want to replace that, we give that to places that needs it. Because right now, rich people are giving other rich people used hardware. We are all for this, like, we want to make the world a better place and blah, blah, blah. Hardware and consumer electronics are staying in the rich world. It's just a little bit more richer person is giving their old stuff to a little bit richer person. So it's staying in our vicinity. It's not going to people that could actually fucking really, really use it. That really, really needs it. Like, the framework computer is trying to fix a problem 99% of people don't have. People don't ask for upgrade their screen on their laptop anymore, or their motherboards. They want upgradable storage, upgradable RAM, and upgradable batteries. That's it. And most manufacturers besides Apple give that. In EU, it's only required to do upgradable batteries. And again, I like the idea. But the thing is, we are not living in that world anymore. People just don't want to deal with that shit. Because most people don't know how to change those components in the laptop. So what they are going to do, they have to find someone else that they can pay to do it for them. And in the end, it may be fucking cheaper to buy a new laptop. Because the upgradable components, screens and motherboards and stuff, that they are super expensive. And then on top of it, if you have to pay $200-300 to get it replaced by some nerd, well, you might as well just buy a new laptop then. It's too expensive to upgrade, And most people don't want to or can't upgrade on their own. So why do it? And the people that are doing it can't get their old hardware components resold. It's way easier for me to resell my old motherboard in my gaming rig than it would be to sell a framework laptop component, because there are more people that can use my motherboard than there are people that can use the framework components. And that's why I think it's a good idea at the bad time. The framework laptop made sense in the 90s, in the early 2000s. Yeah, I have a E14 Gen 6 or 7. I love it. It's amazing. Oh, Ubuntu 1, yeah, I remember that one. Do you pay YouTubers who don't cross their fucking teeth to promote it? I don't know why you're so angry, but I again, I don't know what they do with Cosmic. Haiku. The secret to winning every argument is immaturity, yeah. Oh yeah, just ask AI to do the fucking... Yeah, the framework is just like... We all say we want it, but we really don't want it. We just like the idea of it. But here's the thing, when it's time for you to upgrade the screen, it's probably time to upgrade your whole computer anyway, you know? People vote with their wallets, exactly. And it's another issue with the whole Linux thing. We have so many desktops already. We don't need a fucking another one. It's not going to do anything good for the Linux community to have another desktop environment. There are so many other problems that needs to be fixed before we fix a fucking another desktop environment. Well, they are actually working on it. They are updating it if you look at the Git repo, so that's not the case. Also, you need to chill out a little bit. You're getting too angry, man. Yeah, most Linux desktops do, you know, copy Windows, sadly enough. Or Mac OS. There's no uniqueness left, if that's... Is that the proper word? You need a fucking, like, go get a joint or a whiskey or get a blowjob or something like that. You need to chillax a little bit, man. Why is there no standard with Linux? It's because it's the human condition. People just don't seem to be able to agree with anything, because the people that attract Linux, or the people Linux attract, or the FOSS world attract, are people that think that they are the smartest people on Earth. So if you get a lot of self-righteous, self-proclaimed smartest people on Earth together, their egos just won't allow them to settle, basically, because they have the right idea. They have the best idea. That's the problem we have. And that's also why a lot of people don't like Canonical, because they are taking charge and say, no, you say you have the right idea, but where's the money? Where's the proof? Where's the MVP product? Where's every? Because a lot of things in Linux is talk, 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 and no action. That's it. Linux developers, Linux users, they love to sit and bitch and moan about who has the right idea and nobody do anything. You know what I do when me and a developer get into one of those cycles where we debate who's the most right? I'm like, you do your thing, I do my thing, and at the end, we see who's the best. And then we put it up against each other. That's it. You think your way is the right way, I think my way is the right way. Let's do both and see which one end up being the best. They don't even do that. They don't even do that. And XFCE is an amazing desktop environment, yeah. Well, XFCE is old, but it's been updating a lot over the years. Yeah, LXDE is a fun little thing to fuck around with, yeah. But yeah, when I see people start to get into that cycle where it becomes like who's the most right, I always just be like, stop this, this is not productive. Do what each of you want to do, and then we can battle it out and see who's win. You know, let's see which is the best way of doing it. And it always end up being a merger of both. It's very one or the other. It's always a little bit from that side and a little bit from the other side, and then we end up having the end result we want. Or they end up being a paywall that some person have not foreseen behind it that hindered it being done, or, you know, oh shit, there's a hardware limitation we've not thought about, X, Y, and Z, you know. Yeah, 1440p is amazing. I do like 4K for development. You could just have more shit on your screen, you know. Well, I can see having problem with 4K under Linux though, because their scaling is fucking abysmal. But for Windows, I do like if for home use, I'm happy with 1440p. But if I want to develop or do something like that, I really, really, really love 4K just because you can have more shit on the screen. You know. But that's the only reason. It's just you can have more code on the screen. And the more code you can have on the screen, the more, in my opinion, the more, I'll not say control, but the more you can do. You have a better like situational awareness, I guess. So when I do 1440p, I use no scaling whatsoever. And at 4K, I do like 125, I think it is, or something like that. Oh, that is amazing, yeah. I want BOS back. I have one book, and then C for dummies. So that must be my favorite book. I've never read it. I'm not a book reader. I need a problem to solve. That's how I learn. Give me a problem that needs to be solved. And it has to be a real problem. I don't... All those like, oh, let's just pretend there's a problem. It's like, this is bullshit. Give me a real life problem we need to solve, and I will solve it for you. I keep telling people, I'm not an IT guy, I'm not a developer, I'm not a software, whatever the fuck it is, I'm a problem solver. I solve problems. Okay, the one I have is like 10 years old or something like that, so I don't know if that works with 17 or higher. Yeah, Haiku is based on BOS, yeah. Yeah, on my 27-inch 1440p screens, I use no scaling whatsoever. I live on the edge, yay. Yeah, I use no scaling on my 1080p laptop either. I want as much screen real estate as I probably can get. Yeah, my laptop, I have like a 14-inch laptop, 100% scaling. My 1440p 27-inch desktops, sorry, is 100% scaling. My 4K at work, I think I do 125 or 150. Dual monitors that can switch. Yeah. That would be nice to try out. Yeah, so my monitor at work, I think, is like a 28-inch 4K or something like that. You need better classes, Lamer. That's it. You don't need you need a better classes. Or you just need to clean them. One of those two. Maybe last night's birthday cake is, you know. You want 27-inch 4K? I'm debating on getting that, to be honest. I am debating on getting that. But then if I want to do gaming, I need a better graphic card, and they cost an arm and a leg, and then I'm like, I have a PlayStation, so just stick with that. It's just... Being a gamer is not fucking easy anymore. Because the best way to game, you have to be a fucking billionaire to do that. So I have two 1440p screens, 27 inches. One is HDR 170 Hz or something like that. Well, both arm and both legs and your kidneys and your firstborn. And, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, should I get another graphic card? Or should it just be like, you know what, I game on this, not laptop, I game on this computer rig until it can't game anymore. And then I just buy a really powerful laptop as my main computer. And then just keep gaming for consoles. They will probably take some value in a damaged left testicle. Oh, £100. Yeah, 4K is mainly like if I had a 4K monitor, I would be gaming in 1440p. More likely gaming in 1440. Because I don't see many benefits of gaming in 4K when you are like in a smaller screen. Like if you had like a massive television and you were like a good amount of feet behind it, I will probably get it. Your wallet. Well, you have to make more SaaS then. Make more money. My bot is starting to hurt. I've been sitting down too long. Yeah, or just get a Steam Deck and combine that with the, because that's my main problem I have with the PlayStation is that I have my Steam library is super fucking old, man. Like I have close to 1,000 games on Steam, and I'm like, oh god, man, I have to buy all of those games, or not all of them, but I have to rebuy a lot of games again if I go purely console. So it's just, I'm sucked into Steam, man. Been supporting them for this many years and made me depending on them, I really don't care about what version of Minecraft. I rarely play it anymore, so I really don't care that much about it. Yeah, don't hire YouTubers. A lot of, like, I get almost daily, I get fucking random fucking people in my email. Oh, let's make your videos better. Let's make your thumbnails better. Let's optimize your CEO and all of that fucking shit. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I know what I'm doing wrong. I get it. And I don't want fucking, and most of it is fucking AI generated anyway. I haven't got Raid Shadow Legends. I think you need to be about like 10k and up subscribers for Raid Shadow Legends to become a thing. I have, however, made videos about the Cosmic Desktop. One of them, I actually managed to angry developers for System 76. They went after people in my comment section for almost a month because I was criticizing them going the Rust route. I didn't see a need for it, and a lot of other people didn't see a need for it. And the developers for System 76 was attacking me and other people in the comment section of that video. How much did you make for making a video about Cosmic Desktop? $2? $2, $5, I guess. Like I make about $100 in 2 months doing YouTube. This is not in any way, shape, or form for money. at all. Like, I am wasting money doing YouTube. On average, I make about $50 a month on YouTube. A little bit over. The lowest is 50. Some months, if I'm lucky, I may make $60 to $80 a month. That's the reality of it, dude. Like, you need a shit ton of views to make money on YouTube. A shit ton of views, man. Well, I would say I would be lying if I didn't at some point got a little bit like, holy shit, I spent so much time and I get nothing out of it kind of place. But now that I have a job, I do things I like to do. I make enough money for me. I don't need much more. I would love to make more, but I have what I need. I'm not like... The only reason why I would love to make more money is I could do more cool shit. I could start to do giveaways, for example. I could go out and... you know, maybe travel a little bit. Stuff like that. But it's like, I don't need it. I don't need more money. All my bills are paid. Everything is fine. I have more than enough money to throw around. So I'm okay. 100 views, 100k views get you good money. Yeah, they will probably get me... Oh, I have to convert, so... A few hundred... So, let's just say for every thousands of view... Let's say I get $2 or $3. Then you can do the math. But yeah, at one point, of course, everyone that do YouTube, they say that, oh my god, I could become the new PewDiePie and all that fucking shit. And when I was unemployed, I did it just to do something, to have something to do, to kind of like keep my mind busy, keep the creativity going and stuff like that. So it was kind of like having a job without having a job, if you get what I'm coming at. But now that I'm making money, I don't really care that much about... That's also why I only upload once a week now, because, like... I have been debating stopping doing it for 6 months now. I'm a little bit tired of this format that I'm doing right now, because it is like irritating to fight the Linux community every fucking day. But it's the biggest channel. I've had like 3 or 4 other channels, and this is the biggest one that I've ever had. I do have another channel that I'm working on that is a little bit more seriously. Because this is just me goofing around now. This channel is me having fun. When I got my job, this channel became I just want to see how angry I can make people, how upset I can make people, having fun, having a laugh, maybe teach a little bit here and there, and that's it. Like, I actually got my job because of this channel here, funny enough. But I'm also working on something on the side. And that will be released. It's a software project I'm working on that is going to be talked about and released on the other channel. And I like coding stuff, so I'm making something for Windows. That I hope people will like. And I want to do more software projects, like tools that help people either on Linux or Windows or Mac or what. I don't give a fuck where it is, because it helps me learning coding. And it helps me be better at my job when I have to code. So, you know, no, I work in IT. I work as an infrastructure guy. I work, and then when I have no infrastructure to do, Then I work as a tech supporter, and when I have nothing of that to do, I develop. I'm like a do everything kind of guy in a business. And yeah, so I make I do anything from setting up Windows computers to routing networks to developing software. You know, GitHub I think can be used as a bug reporter. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can beat up the average Linux arts you distros mod. I am way out of shape, but I used to be in decent form. I used to like go to the gym like fucking 6 days a week. The Linux troll messages I have in I have to sadly what is it called? What the fuck is it called? Delete them. There you go. Because a lot of them goes against YouTube's TOS. So I have to, I have to do something about it. I can't. They really some of them, if they are really crazy, I post them on Discord. So if you go into, is it Nodders? Yeah, I post some of the comments in there sometimes. If they are really funny. And other people also tend to post their comments in there. But yeah, like I said, I don't do this for the money. Give me a second. I can. What is your call, Sheldon, right? It's been a while since I posted anything. I have some I can maybe post again. Yeah, Lama, if you want to, you can post some of the mods in the mods only. You can post them in Nodders if you want to. Like, you just post them in there if you want to, yeah. I don't mind it. Okay, that's you. Yeah. I added you in the thingy. But yeah, a lot of people think I do this for the money. I don't. There's no money to be made. I'm sorry to say it. It's like I do it mostly just because I find it funny. It's interesting for me, and I get to talk to a lot of interesting people, and I get to learn from a lot of interesting people. And the people that do go into my Discord, most of the time they are actually super amazing people, and we rarely ban people. We once in a while get a fucking weirdo in there, and most of my content is made for the Discord. It's stuff we talk about in Discord, or it's videos being posted in video requests or stuff like that. So my channel has morphed into basically just me goofing around and centered more around my Discord, to be honest. Where they can't ban you. Well, we have I will say most of my Discord users actually use Linux. I use Linux every day. We are just not fanatics about it. Maybe it's in maybe it's here. Full time since 1995. I can't remember when I started, but it was later than that. Yeah, go AFK. Reading. Ew. I got this idea researching how much people use what OS. Oh, you can look that up. There are sites like you go to Statistica or what the fuck it's called, and you can actually see like you can see how big the market share is, and then you can look up there's statistics about screen time, so you can look up the average time spent on a computer. There are already a lot of data about that out there. So YouTube have auto moderation, and I have that turned on. So if you are super offensive, or YouTube thinks you are super offensive, they will delete the comment. Or if you are known to be I will not say a person, but an account that get blocked a lot on other channels, they may also auto delete your comment. So if you've been a bad boy in a lot of other channels, they may for a time just auto delete your comments because they either think you're a bot or think you're just a harassing, what is it called, account and stuff like that. And then it's being put into the moderation channel on people's YouTube channels. So for you, it's deleted. For me, I can see what you're typing because it's being put into. Do you allow this message or not? So if the YouTuber want to, they can reinstate it when next time they come back to their dashboard and look at it. And in my case, I do that once a week every time I upload a video. So yeah, it's a thing. I also we did an experiment on my stream one time. If you're using a lot of aggressive ad blockers, that will also make your video, your comment not showing up. We had one, he could not comment on, just not comment at all. And then we tried to, he was using his Linux machine with ad blockers on. And then we was like, try and comment on your mobile phone. That worked. Try turning off ad blockers. It worked. So, some swear words are allowed though. Yeah, it could also just be that your message was so long that they thought that you may be like a spam or something like that. Bare naked, no add-ons. Yeah, sometimes a long comments will be using at Oh, delete normal comments. Oh. Yeah, take care, Max. Yeah, I have to go also in like soon because I need to get fucking to sleep. I need to be up at like 7 a.m. tomorrow. So yeah, I think I will use my couch potato computer. Oh, so you're like an hour ahead of me? Yeah, it is Monday tomorrow. We probably should get some sleep. But yeah, stop for thinking bye. This is how tired I am. Stops for thinking bye. Thanks for stopping by. If I can fucking speak. Oh, you're from Ukraine? Nice. Are you guys an hour ahead of us? Yeah, you must be. Hey, Adam, I'm about to leave now, so yeah. I did not know you guys were an hour ahead of us. That's interesting. I thought you would be like in the same time zone. Yeah, and it's almost midnight, so I need to get some C's in me. So I think I will just go and watch some YouTube on my couch potato computer in bed and then just regret that I have to fucking work tomorrow. Maybe I get some cat pictures from my co-worker tomorrow. That would be nice. If I'm lucky. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the donations, the chats. All of that chisel, dazzle, doozle. And that's a really Danish pronunciation of it. It's how it's a super Danish way of saying it, or Scandinavian way of saying it, I guess. But yeah, have fun. Enjoy the rest of the day, your weekend you have left, and stuff like that. See you all later. Bye bye. Can you react to some computer? Hey, Adam, I will look into that. Post them in Discord. Which one you want me to react to? Post them in Discord. In the video suggestion or video requests.